1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Doors and Gateman coming up soon.
One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio test.
We are across the bridge tonight. The Commodores, looking to get back into the win column, have to do it against the Wareham Gateman, one of the hottest teams in Cape Cod, in search of their third straight win. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Spillane Field alongside Carter Bainbridge and our field reporter Logan Safarenko, Trey Redfield on hand. Carter, we thought we'd see a winning streak that was going to get going for the Doors, but instead, heartbreak came in the bottom of the ninth.
The Commodores may be 1-4 this season, but they haven't had a lot of close defeats, at least not ones like they had last night against the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. Just a disastrous final two frames, allowed one run in the eighth to tie the game, and then the winning run in the ninth off of two walks, a balk, and a wild pitch. Super tough way to lose a game for the Doors, and they'll have to come back today and try to get back in that W column, like you said, against a good Wareham team that has been hitting the ball really well the last two games.
And then you look over into the Commodores side, like we've been with this, with the loss, but the hits were not really there once again. 3 hits, 3 runs, back-to-back jacks. You got to spread that out a little bit. We saw it with Chatham scoring 5 runs against the Anglers, but you need more than that. You can't have 3 hits to win a baseball game.
Yeah, the Commodore offense has been better as of late, but they've still been just a little inconsistent. It seems like they score in one inning, and then the rest of the time they go quietly, whether that be facing good pitchers or what have you. But there's just consistency. That's what every team is in search of early in the season. Wareham the same way. They haven't been tearing the cover off the ball either, but they've been going better lately. For the Commodores, back-to-back home runs last night was just about it by Colby Halter and Braden Taylor. Those two guys in the starting lineup again today. Taylor hitting third, Halter hitting sixth. So they can't go back-to-back again, but looking for a little more out of those two guys and some fresh faces in the Commodore lineup. This one's certainly different than the lineup we saw trotted out opening day.
Yeah, Falmouth starting out with Alex Mooney yet again. He's leading off tonight, but he's the designated hitter, which brings to question who's playing shortstop. It's the guy in the 2-hole, Maui Ahuna. The junior out of what's now Tennessee, was at Kansas, transferred to the Volunteers just a couple of weeks ago. Hitting in the 3 spot is Braden Taylor, the third baseman from Texas Christian. Hitting cleanup is Jacob Walsh, the first baseman out of Oregon. Andrew Pickney is in right field and hitting 5th. He was in center last night. He does most of his work at center and right field at Alabama. Colby Halter follows Andrew. He's playing second base, comes out of Florida. Cross factor in the 7th spot, playing center field. Donning from Oklahoma City University, Jacob Cozart behind the plate. He's hitting 8th, coming out of NC State. And rounding out the order is the left fielder, Anthony McKenzie, out of Sam Houston State. So who are the Commodores facing tonight? It's Luke Beneke, a right-handed pitcher out of Lafayette who had a 1-10 record with the Leopards this season, a rising junior from Simsbury, Connecticut. Made 12 starts on the mound for the Leopards as a sophomore, pitching 66 innings, striking out 73 batters while walking 32 of them, an ERA of 4.5 and a whip of 1.36. Carter, what can we expect from Luke tonight?
Well, you can expect a mid-90s heater from the right-hander. Just finished up his sophomore spring at Lafayette. And you heard that record, the 1-10 mark. Certainly that doesn't look very good on paper, but there's a reason that we don't take a win-loss record for pitchers as seriously as we did even 20 years ago. Beneke was very, very serviceable for the Leopards, a team that went 15-35 this spring, so he wasn't the main problem. Pitched to a 4.5 ERA and can dial it up there. The Commodores are going to have to deal with that.
Wareham in its home maroons, white pants. Falmouth in its road blacks and gray pants as the first pitch is cut on and missed by Alex Mooney. It's strike one. First pitch, 5:59 at Spillane Field, 66 degrees, cloudy skies on the other side of the Cape. The 0-1. Another fastball, ground ball on the left side, picked up by Max Anderson at third base. Throws over to first in time, beating Mooney by a step. 2 pitches in. There's one gone here in the top of the first. No score between Falmouth and Wareham. So now that brings up Maui Ahuna, the shortstop out of Tennessee. In the field for Wareham, it's Cole Elvis behind the plate, Connor O'Brien at first, Jack Hausinger at second, Max Anderson, who just got the 5-3 ground out over at third base, Blake Wright as short. As Beneke deals the first pitch to Maui, misses outside, ball 1. In the outfield, it's Hogan Windish in left field, Michael Robertson in center, and Callum Clark rounding it out in right. 1-0 the count, 1 gone the pitch. Pop up right behind us on top of the first base dugout. Bouncing off the top of Wareham Middle School. Count even at 1 gone here in this young first inning. Una steps back in, righty on lefty matchup. Next pitch to him, misses high, ball 2.
And the offense for the Commodores is going to have to start from these first 3 hitters. Mooney swung the bat well this whole year. Ahuna's off to a little bit of a cold start, 1 for his first 8.
Next pitch to Maui is cut on and missed, strike 2.
And that's been the problem for Ahuna through the 1 for 8 start. He struck out 7 times. He's had problems catching up to the heater, so maybe Beneke's going up there again.
Let's find out what he does here. 2-2 pitch, another fastball. He goes up there. Count full on Ahuna. Hit .396 last season with Kansas. 8 home runs, 48 RBIs. Comes all the way from Hilo, Hawaii. Payoff pitch from Beneke. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Ahuna goes down swinging for his first at-bat, and there's 2 gone in the first.
Just uncharacteristic struggles with the heat for Ahuna, a guy who surely caught up to his fair share of them over at Kansas this spring. You don't hit .396 taking swings like that. He's just trying to get adjusted right now.
Someone who's adjusted a little bit is Braden Taylor. He had that solo blast, one of those 2, yesterday in the top of the 4th against Hyannis. First pitch to him is a swing and a miss for strike 1.
Fastball, at least through the top of this first, has been pretty lively for Beneke, getting a lot of whiffs.
Braden 2 for 5 on the season, 1 bomb, 2 RBIs. He's walked 4 times this season. The 0-1. Another fastball. This one tipped into the glove of Elvis. It's 0-2. Infield at a normal depth in the gray dirt here at Spillane Field. Not what you're used to, but, I mean, the dirt's the normal color by home plate and the mound, so we have that going for us at least. 0-2 pitch. Another swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 up, 3 down. That's how the Commodores go in the top of the first. Let's find out what Ike Buxton can do on the other side. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network.
Welcome back to Wareham, Massachusetts. Logan Sanfranco, your field reporter for today. The Falmouth Commodores dropped the matchup last night in Hyannis and fell to 1-4 on the regular season, but there is some life heading into today. The Falmouth Commodores hit back-to-back home runs. Colby Halter hit one, and then Braden Taylor went yard. And we talked about how important it was for Braden Taylor to make an immediate impact upon his delayed arrival. Of course, we say delayed, not joining the Falmouth Commodores on opening day. He was supposed to come today, but he came a couple of days early. He has walked quite a few times during his first 2 games, driving in 2, one on a solo home run and one on an RBI single. The Wareham Gateman, on the other hand, are looking to continue their impressive start to 2022, as last night they beat the defending champs, the Brewster Whitecaps. The Gatemen also hit their first home run of the 2022 season last night, and they are currently 3-1-1 on the regular season, second in the Western Division, as they look to keep it rolling. Guys, back to you.
Well, Logan, thanks so much. Bottom of the first here at Spillane Field in Wareham. Still no score between the Doors and the Gatemen. And Wareham's starting lineup tonight starts with Blake Wright in the leadoff spot. He's hitting short. It's the 3rd leadoff guy Wareham has put up this season, and it's his first time ever leading off. Behind Wright is Hogan Windish, the left fielder out of UNC Greensboro. Hitting the 3 spot, Max Anderson. Callum Clark hitting 4th. Torrin Montgomery hitting 5th. Jack Hausinger hitting 6th. Connor O'Brien in the 7th spot. Following O'Brien is Cole Elvis, the catcher, and Michael Robinson rounds out the order in center field. Ike Buxton on the mound, the righty out of Lipscomb. It's a righty-on-righty matchup to start off. And the first pitch to Wright misses outside, ball 1.
Buxton making the 2nd appearance of the year. High velo pitch mix. First start of the year.
Transferred from Boise State in 2021 as he deals the 1-0 fastball inside, ball 2. Wright steps back in. No score here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. 2-0 is popped foul over to the right side behind the grandstand and out of play.
And Buxton, his first appearance of the year, hit 91 with his fastball against Katuitt 5 days ago.
It's his first start tonight in the Commodore Black. That game against Katuitt, he had 2 innings pitched, gave up 2 hits and 1 earned run. 2-1 is in there for strike 2. Another fastball in the outer half. Wright stepping back in, comes out of Clemson, hit .349 this season after hitting .167 in 2021. 2-2 fastball just a little below the knees. Count is full. Falmouth nothing, Wareham nothing. Bottom of the first here with no one gone. It's Pillane Field. The payoff pitch from Buxton. In the dirt, ball 4. Blake Wright starts things off with a leadoff walk, and Wareham is in business.
Well, for all the noise made about the Falmouth offense, the Doors have struggled on the pitching side as well. They're last in the league in ERA, and bases on balls aren't going to help that at all, especially not leadoff walks. Buxton's got to work himself out of a little bit of trouble right away.
Here comes Hogan Windish, the left fielder out of UNC Greensboro, the Southern Conference Player of the Year. Right with the leadoff first. First pitch to Windish is down the pipe for strike 1. Windish last year spent his summer days with the High Point Thomasville High Toms, where he was a dog in the Coastal Plain League. Carter, you and I know a little bit about that.
I certainly do. Had a chance to watch a lot of Hogan Windish last summer, and he was a guy on our radar coming into this game.
1-1 now on Windish as the breaking ball misses outside.
With the High Toms last summer, I got to see a lot of Windish up close when he played the Ashboro Copperheads. Hit .318. It seems like all those hits he got were against us. Every time he came up, seemed like it was either a walk or a home run.
1-1 is sky-high foul and out of play. Once again over that grandstand on the right side. Count 1-2 to Windish.
And the thing about Windish that impresses you is that he's improved pretty much every season he's played. From UNC Greensboro, did better in the summer than he did in the spring of 21, and then just opened it up with the Spartans this spring. Hit .380 with 16 home runs, 60 driven in.
Next pitch to Windish is a line shot into right field that bounces right in front of Pinckney. Pinckney corrals it, throws it into second, where Wright gets in safely. It's a base hit for Hogan Windish, and it's the first one tonight.
And that's what makes him such a good hitter. He just waited for his pitch, fouled off one offering from Buxton, and he's a line drive hitter. He has power, he has discipline, and he's done a lot of good work for this Wareham offense so far. Entering the day, Windish 5 for his first 18 on the season, hitting .278, well above the rest of the average for this team. So a lot of guys around this league aren't hitting right now, but Windish is one of the guys who is, and he hits again to get on here in this bottom of the first.
2 on, no one gone in this bottom of the first. No score between the Commodores and the Gateman. Max Anderson at the plate, and the first pitch to him is a swing and a miss for strike 1. Anderson, a rising sophomore out of Nebraska, led the Cornhuskers with 10 homers and 45 RBIs. He's gotten 18 at-bats this season. That's tied for the most on Wareham right now. 2 on, no one gone. The 0-1 from Buxton. Off-speed pitch, hit foul over the right side, out of play. It's 0-2.
And for all the accolades we can throw on Anderson and all the work he did last summer with the Bourne Braves, he's off to a brutal start this summer, 1 for his first 18. He could do a long way in improving that stat line with a base hit here. Could possibly drive in right.
He's got 1 RBI this season. Find out if he gets 1 here. He doesn't just yet. Ball's fouled back. We'll do the 0-2 again.
And Buxton's got a bunch of pitches in his repertoire, at least in the throwing sessions. We don't know what he brings out during games, but fastball, he can put some sink on it, has a changeup, curveball, and slider. So it just depends on what he feels comfortable with on any given day and what he feels comfortable throwing in 2-strike counts. Anderson's going to have to work hard to protect against that repertoire.
Wright with the leadoff second. Windish with the leadoff first. No one gone in the bottom of the first. The 0-2 from Buxton. Fastball misses just a bit outside. It's 1-2.
Well, we saw a difficult strike zone last night for the pitchers and the hitters out in Hyannis. Harbor Hawks certainly got their money's worth on some controversial calls.
It's Rick Emerson behind the plate tonight. Buxton looks back at second and deals. Breaking ball misses outside. This one in the dirt, and it's 2-2.
Buxton's responsibility here, not only to focus on Anderson, but figuring out what the strike zone is tonight for Rick Emerson. Could do some good by striking out Anderson, maybe with something on a corner.
He's giving up a walk and a single. Anderson in the 3 spot tonight for the Gateman. The 2-2. Fastball lined right to Walsh. Now it's a race to first. Did he get him? No. Windish got back in time. A line shot caught by Jacob Walsh at first base. Windish gets back safely with the gray dirt on his jersey. Nothing doing over at second. Wright got back there easily without a throw. But the Commodores have their first out. There's one gone here in the bottom half of the first inning. Still no score.
And when you're 1 for 18, like Anderson was heading into that at bat, now 1 for 19, that's just the type of thing that seems to happen to you. He got behind in the count 0-2 and hit a rocket right to Walsh at first. And for all we've said about Hogan Windish, he isn't the most fleet of foot, but he was able to get back to the bag with just enough time, just with now a dirty jersey.
Here comes Callum Clark, the cleanup guy, playing right field tonight for Mississippi State. Played in all but one game for the defending champion Bulldogs in 2022. He starts off his first at-bat with a ball in the dirt for ball 1.
This is the first left-handed hitter that the right-hander Buxton's going to have to deal with tonight. First 3 batters, all righties.
He's 3 for 11 against righties this season. Clark went 0 for 3 last night with a couple of walks. 2 on, 1 gone. Buxton looking back at second for a second time and deals. Fastball misses inside. It's 2-0.
And one of the things that we're going to have to watch out for tonight is that this Wareham offense has suddenly found its discipline at the plate. Entering today, this offense for the Gateman tied for the most walks drawn in the league at 25 with Katuitt, and no pitching staff on the Cape has allowed more than Falmouth.
2-0 gets over the glove of Cozart, and the runners advance easily. Right over to third base on the wild pitch. Windish to second.
And the Doors have thrown their share of wild pitches as well, tied for the most in the league with Chatham. So you don't have a high team ERA for no reason. They've struggled with a bit of wildness. Saw the wild pitch last night as well. Now Buxton's got to avoid walking the bases loaded here.
Torrin Montgomery is on deck, the designated hitter out of Missouri. Right on third, Windish on second. A 3-0 count on Max Anderson. The pitch. That one in the dirt, but caught by Cozart. It's ball 4. A 4-pitch walk delivered to Callum Clark, and the bases are loaded with 1 gone here in the bottom of the first. No score between Falmouth and Wareham.
Well, Buxton's got to find a little bit here. Big difference between the top of this inning and the bottom. Luke Beneke was blowing it by the Commodore hitters, and Buxton hasn't really been able to fool these Gatemen yet. Not with any of his offerings. 2 walks and a single in this inning. Now he's got to get out of a bases loaded 1-out jam. And Torrin Montgomery coming to the plate, who just hit a home run yesterday.
It was the first home run of the Gateman season. Comes out of Missouri, went 3 for 5 last night, and his first pitch to him tonight is strike 1, a little bit above the knees. Montgomery hit a team-high 365 while starting 49 games for the Tigers in 2022. He has 2 on here with 1 gone in the bottom of the first. Pitch, a chopper that's looking like it's going to come right to us, but it bounces right into the Commodore dugout, right in front, I should say. So 0-2 the count on Montgomery. Buxton still looking for that first strikeout tonight. He's in a jam right now. Bases loaded, bottom of the first, no score, 1 gone, and an 0-2 count on Torrin Montgomery. Righty on righty matchup. Montgomery sets up in the back of the right-hand batter's box. Gozart delivers the side. Buxton likes it. From the stretch, kicks and fires. Bouncer, that's blocked by Cozart. That one looked like it got the grass a little bit. 1-2, the count on Montgomery.
Buxton, I think, just looking for his release point a little bit in this bottom of the first. And for the Commodores, you're just hoping that he can find it a little bit sooner here rather than later. Spiked a couple balls and was lucky that time that Cozart was able to block it, but he's got to find a little bit more break on his secondary stuff to get these Wareham hitters out in front.
The 1-2. Fastball high and outside, count even. Wright on third, Windish on second, Clark on first. Wright and Clark got aboard with walks. Windish got aboard with a single to right field. Still no score here in the bottom half of the first inning. One gone, 2-2 the count on Montgomery. Buxton with his sign. Kicks and fires. Chopper over to the left side. Ahuna charging in, going to make the easy play. Throws it over to first. He's safe. What we thought was an easy play, but Montgomery beats it out. It's an infield RBI single for Torrin Montgomery, and Wareham strikes first. 1-0 your score. Base is still loaded with one gone.
Well, from our angle, I think that play looked a little easier than it actually was. Ahuna probably could have gotten Montgomery at first if he had fielded that ball cleanly. It was the fact that he couldn't get it out of his glove immediately. That's why Montgomery is safe on that play, because Ahuna charged it well. He picked it up. It was just getting the throw off that was a little bit delayed, and just that little bit of time enough for Montgomery to reach, beat the throw by a step.
So now it's Jack Hausinger. He's in the sixth spot tonight. Second baseman out of Xavier. Swings and misses at the first pitch. It's 0-1.
And for manager Harvey Shapiro over with Wareham, this lineup in this bottom of the first went exactly how he wanted. He got the bases loaded for Montgomery, who went 3 for 5 yesterday. It wasn't just the home run. He's one of the hotter hitters on this club, and it pays off.
Next pitch to Hausinger, misses low for ball 2. Shapiro spent time here with Wareham in the early 90s, spending 2 seasons as an assistant coach. He's now the bench boss on the other side of the bridge. Base is still loaded. Gateman 1, Commodores nothing. 1-1 the count with one gone. The pitch. Off speed, misses outside. 2-1.
A couple of these pitches have looked pretty good for Buxton in this inning, but hasn't gotten the strike calls. And for a guy struggling to get swings and misses right now, that's an important thing that he wants to get. Now Hausinger can tee off.
2-1. Fastball that gets the inner half for strike 2. Hausinger didn't like it. The count is now 2-2.
Buxton's got a good fastball in this first inning. He's been throwing it a little bit up high to some of the hitters, but it has good life on it. There wasn't a lot that Hausinger could do with that pitch on the inside corner.
Let's find out what Ike does here with a 2-2 count. Kicks and fires. Chopper over on the left side yet again. Ahuna grabs it, fakes over to third, throws to first, and he's safe again. Another infield RBI single. This one comes from Jack Hausinger, and it's 2-0 Gateman. Base is still loaded. One gone, bottom of the first.
Well, this is an inning that Buxton has probably seen in nightmares before. A lot of pitchers maybe have him like this, but never thought it would come to reality. 2 straight infield hits hit to about the same spot. Maui Ahuna at shortstop, replacing the usual Alex Mooney, who's DHing today, with 2 pretty difficult plays. The runner got in his way that time, but again, Ahuna with a little bit of indecision looked to third first, realized he couldn't go there, and the throw again to first was about a half step late.
So here's Connor O'Brien, the first baseman out of Bradley in the Missouri Valley Conference. Hits a line shot, caught at second base. Colby Halter with it, throws it to first in time. It's a 4-3 double play, and that's how the inning ends. A line shot right to Colby Halter, flings it to first to Jacob Walsh in time to leave 3 men stranded, but the Gatemen still put up 2. Top of the second coming up. Gatemen 2, Commodores nothing. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Top of the second here at Spillane Field in Wareham, and the Commodores already have some work to do, trailing the Gateman by a score of 2-0, thanks to back-to-back infield singles, one from Torrin Montgomery and the other from Jack Hausinger. As Luke Beneke is back for his second inning of work, put down the doors in order, 1, 2, 3, Mooney, Ahuna, and Taylor. Both Ahuna and Taylor went down swinging, so we start off with Jacob Walsh, first baseman out of Oregon, who was on the other side of the 4-3 double play. It was caught by the second baseman, Colby Halter, and with the bases loaded, it stopped the bleeding for the Commodores. Righty on lefty matchup, first pitch to Jacob misses inside, ball 1. Walsh is a rising sophomore out of Oregon. Had plenty of impact with the Ducks this season as he hits a pop fly over on the left side, over us on top of the first base dugout and out of play. Bouncing right next to Wareham Middle School. But Walsh, a first baseman from Oregon, comes out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Started in 55 of the 58 games this season for the Ducks, hitting .295 with 6 homers and 38 RBIs. And he had a homer last night against the Harbor Hawks. The 1-1. Fastball right down the pipe. Strike 2.
And I guess what the Commodores have to hope for is that long bottom of the first inning cooled off Beneke's arm a little bit. He was firing strikes in the top of the first, that is.
From the windup, deals the 1-2. Off speed, too high. Ball 2.
Commodores struck out twice in that first frame, went down 1-2-3, and temperatures here at Spillane Field supposed to be down into the high 50s by the time this game is over. It's overcast and a little chilly so far.
2-2. Fastball nubs over to the left side. Will it get down? No, it won't. Windish coming in to make the play from left field. Moving to his left side and snagging it in left center. And there's one gone here in the top of the second.
It's the old Coastal Plain League nemesis coming back to haunt us one more time. This time on a would-be flare off the bat of Walsh. Beneke came in and jammed him, retiring a strong left-handed hitter who's been swinging the bat very well since he made his debut a couple days ago.
Andrew Pinckney's been doing the same, but from the right-handed batter's box. First pitch to Pinckney's a bunt on the left side, and it's laid down perfectly. Not even a throw, and Andrew gets aboard with an infield single. The right fielder from Alabama getting aboard via bunt, and Falmouth has its first hit tonight.
And I love that play no matter which way it went, whether Pinckney decided to do that himself or if manager Jeff Trundy put it on. Pinckney's been struggling with the bat a little bit, especially against breaking balls in the early going. He gets a fastball first pitch, decides to be aggressive, and a picture-perfect bunt. He was able to use the speed to beat it out, not even a throw from the third baseman, Anderson.
He's 7 of 9 on the base pass. That's what he was at Alabama this past season. As a leadoff first, Colby Halter at the plate. First pitch to the lefty. Fouled back and out of play, 0-1. Colby's at second base tonight. He was the one that put the run scoring to a halt in the bottom of the first. There was a line shot to him right at second, chucked it to first in time to turn the 4-3 double play. So Florida Gators ready to go, ready on lefty duel. Pinckney on first. The 0-1. Fastball in the dirt, throw over to first, not in time, not even a tag applied. A great awareness there from Cole Elvis. Scooped it up on the dirt, chucked it over to first base. Nothing doing though. As Pinckney dives in safely, now gets a lead off first, but this time with gray dirt all over him. It's a weird infield here at Spillane Field. 1-1 misses low, ball 2.
And you now got the perfect hit and run count for Pinckney. Commodores have shown they will run. They're third in the league in stolen bases with 5 so far. Pinckney, as you detailed earlier, with the good speed at Alabama. And if he doesn't get too ambitious with his lead here, Commodores could do a couple things on the bases.
2-1. Fastball fouled back, out of play, count even at 2.
Pinckney didn't go that time, but figure if Commodores are willing to let him lay down bunts and try things with their offense today, you could see them run. Of course, no team in the league is catching Katuitt in that category right now. They've got over 20 in 4 games.
Safe to say Katuitt will be the fastest team in the league yet again. 2-2. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw down the second is not in time. So down swinging goes Halter, but Andrew Pinckney gets himself a stolen base. And Cross Factor has an opportunity to bring Andrew around.
Well, it was the hit and run, just minus the hit on Halter's part. Pinckney able to get in there safely. A high fastball from Beneke that Halter couldn't touch. But at the very least, the Doors stay out of a double play and have a guy in scoring position for Cross Factor.
Cross Factor is hitting 7th tonight. Has Pinckney on 2nd. Righty on lefty matchup. Factor playing center field tonight, coming out of Oklahoma City University. As Beneke finally gets his sign from the stretch, kicks and fires. First pitch in the dirt. Ball 1.
Factor, a guy who's played every game this season, but the Doors really hoping he gets it going with the bat. Coming at it today, hitting just 2 for 18, a 111 average. We know he's got the pop, and we know he's got the skills just based on the numbers from Oklahoma City U. He's just got to start putting better swings here.
1-0 inside, ball 2. Those numbers, pretty insane. We've said them a couple of times in our radio broadcasts and on TV as well. 525 average, 105 hits and 200 at-bats. The OPS is 1.746, 30 home runs, 92 RBIs. Oh, yeah, and he was 95% on stolen bases. Next pitch to Factor at the knees, strike 1.
Commodores have had trouble getting production from their outfield this year. Drew Butcher got off to a really tough start with the bat, as has Factor. Pinckney, as we said before, 1 for 8 coming into today, so he's been relying on infielders, and they haven't torn it up either.
2-1. Cut on and miss, strike 2. Factor may have gotten a piece of that one. He's looking to put the Commodores on the board, trailing right now 2-0 in the top of the second. 2 gone, 2-2 the count. Pinckney with the lead off second base. Pretty big one over there, too. Beneke looking a couple of times, fires as that ball is fouled back and out of play. A lot of pitches have been fouled back and out of play. Is it just me, or has there been a lot?
I think it's a positive thing for the Commodores here in the top of the second that they're able to do that. That foul ball from Factor was straight back, so he was on it, just got underneath it a little bit, might have bought himself a breaking ball here from Beneke, just gave him a fastball in that last pitch.
2-2 the pitch. Fastball hit up in the air straight away, now moving to the right side. Hausinger is under it in the outfield and makes the play. So the second baseman catching the pop out and closing out the top half of the second. Commodores leave one man stranded but grab their first hit tonight. We'll find out if they can keep it a 2-0 score on the second after this. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Bottom of the second here at Spillane Field, and the Gatemen lead the Commodores by a score of 2-0 with Carter Bainbridge and our field reporter Logan Safarenko. I'm Trey Redfield. Carter, it was a bit of a struggle for Ike Buxton, seeing 7 batters and giving up 2 runs. Both of them came off of infield base hits.
And this inning is going to go a long way in deciding just how far he goes in this game. Buxton's first outing of the season was only 2 innings, and he was fairly effective. Bottom of the first this time around, walked 2, gave up 3 singles, and you could make the argument that those infield hits should have been fielded and they were ground balls. But the outs in that inning, hit by Max Anderson and then the double play by O'Brien, both line drives that were pretty hard hit off the bat. So time for Buxton to buckle down and find a little bit more depth on his off speed. If he can do that, he could see another inning and possibly more, but if he runs into trouble, we might not see too much of him later in this game.
Cole Elvis is the first man. Buxton faces in this second inning, and the first pitch to Elvis misses low, ball 1. Elvis is a catcher coming out of California, Berkeley. Playing in the Pac-12 this season. Didn't play against the Whitecaps as he hits a line shot that's just out of the reach of Walsh over at first base. A base hit to right field as Pinckney scoops it up and throws it in back into the infield. It's a leadoff single for Cole Elvis. That's the second straight inning, Carter, that the leadoff guy has been put on for the Gateman.
Another leadoff man aboard and another line drive off of a Gateman bat. This time Elvis, who came in today with only 5 at-bats on the summer. Leadoff single to the number 8 hitter, not exactly the way you want to start a frame.
Here's Michael Robertson. He's playing center field and in the 9 spot for the Gateman. Righty on lefty matchup. 1 on, no one gone in the bottom of the second. First pitch to Robertson misses low. It's 1-0. Robertson did not appear in any games in his freshman season in 2022 at Florida due to an injury. Comes down to Venice, Florida, making a trip up here in Massachusetts where it's low 60s and high 50s. Not the most ideal temperatures tonight as Robertson looks at strike 1 inside.
If he's used to hitting down in the heat of Florida, he's got to feel like he's swinging a crowbar at this baseball right now. If you're Buxton, you may want to buzz him in on the hands a little bit, give him some bees in the wrists.
Just threw a pitch inside, and let's find out what he does here. 1-1. Fastball, another one inside. It's 1-2.
And for Buxton now, the important thing for him is being able to spot that fastball. He can get away with some less than stellar off-speed stuff tonight if he doesn't have it, if he can just get good location with the heater.
No one gone on the bottom of the second. Gateman 2, Doors nothing. The pitch. Cut on and miss, strike 3. There's Ike Buxton's first strikeout tonight, and there's 1 gone here in the bottom of the second. Wareham 2, Falmouth nothing. So now we're at the top of the order. Blake Wright comes up to the plate. 1 plate appearance tonight. He walked to start things off in the bottom half of the first inning. Shortstop coming out of Clemson, hitting .349 last season. Bouncing back after hitting .167 in 2021. First pitch to right is fouled back. It's 0-1.
And the tough thing for Buxton so far in this game, although we've commented a lot on his off-speed secondary stuff, hitters can only tell you so much there, but this Wareham team is also very disciplined. They've been taking their walks as of late.
Elvis with the lead off first. Buxton from the stretch. Righty on righty matchup, the pitch. Slider hit well over to right field. Pinckney giving it a chase. He dives, he can't get it. Moving to his left side, finds it, throws it back in, and it's a stand-up double for Blake Wright. The Clemson Tiger helping out the Gateman a little bit more as Hogan Windish comes up to the plate, and we know this, partner. Worst case scenario, knowing what Windish can do.
Yeah, Elvis getting to third, perhaps the only reason the Gatemen aren't up by another run in this inning is that he's a catcher. He's not especially fleet of foot. Didn't steal a base at Cal this spring. But how about Blake Wright, his first game in the leadoff spot this season? 1 for 1 with a walk. He's been on base both times. And Hogan Windish, perhaps the last guy you'd want to face in this lineup, had a clean single back in the first to keep things rolling. Basically just keeping it straight on from UNCG.
One of those 2 runs scored in the bottom half of the first. We're in the bottom half of the second, and it's the Gatemen leading the Commodores 2-0 with 1 gone. Cole Elvis on third, Blake Wright on second. Righty on righty matchup for Windish. Buxton working from the stretch, steals the first pitch. It's a chopper on the left side. Ahuna picks it up with a backhand, chucking it over to first on the hop. The scoop, he's safe. Walsh fielded it cleanly. It's Hogan Windish getting his second single tonight, and it's another infield single, and it brings in Elvis. That's the 3rd RBI infield base hit that we've seen tonight from the Gatemen, and they're up 3-0 on the Commodores.
There's not much Buxton can do anymore but shake his head. These haven't been bad plays by Maui Ahuna at short by any means. He's done his best to make the most out of some softly hit ground balls. That one too deep in the hole to get the out at first. Now Buxton's got to fight his way through this inning.
Swing and a miss from Max Anderson starts his second at-bat. It's 0-1. Anderson lined out to first, back in the first. So now it's right on third. Windish over at first. Runner at the corners, one gone in the bottom of the second. The 0-1 from Buxton. Breaking ball, misses outside, blocked by Cozart. It's 1-1.
And if you're Buxton, you just have to tighten your focus here. Possibly roll a double play from Anderson, who's swinging the bat poorly so far this summer. He's a good candidate to get out of the inning and limit the damage as best you can.
Buxton from the stretch. Thiel's the 1-1. Fastball misses low and away. 2-1.
Buxton just not getting swings and misses, at least not very many in the early going on either the heater or his secondary stuff.
As the Nebraska Cornhusker steps back in, gets a ground ball right to Huna. Short toss to second for one. Throwing over to first. In time, on a bounce. What a read by Jacob Walsh at first base to complete the 6-4-3 double play. So the Commodores get out of trouble with a double play yet again, but not before giving up some runs. This time just one. Wareham 3, Falmouth nothing. Top of the third coming up. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Only getting tougher for the Commodores, trailing 3-0 as we head into the top of the third here at Spillane Field in Wareham, Massachusetts. With Carter Bainbridge and Logan Safarenko, I'm Trey Redfield. Happy to have you with us tonight on our radio broadcast. Falmouth looking to get back into the win column after it got its heart broken. Walk-off wild pitch against Hyannis sent the Commodore faithful home sad. Falmouth now 1-4 on the year, as Jacob Cozart steps in for the first time tonight. First pitch from Luke Beneke is inside, ball one. Beneke out for his second inning of work, has only given up one hit, and it came off of Andrew Pinckney. Cozart behind the plate yet again, as the 1-0 is dealt to him, and Cozart fouls it back. Count even at one.
Cozart, another guy trying to get it going with the bat. We've said that about a couple different Commodore hitters, but Jacob entering the day, one for his first 11. Commodores trying to get more out of that catcher position.
Next pitch to Jacob at the knees, strike two. Comes out of NC State, rising sophomore who started in 42 games this season, 4 homers and 25 RBIs. 1-2. Another fastball. Cozart gets a piece of it, fouling it back. We'll do to 1-2 again.
And again, it might just be an adjustment here or a timing thing there that the Commodores are just not quite getting the sweet spot of the bat on the ball. Another foul ball straight back. So it tells you that they're reading the ball out of the hand well. They've now just got to hit bat to ball.
1-2. Breaking ball misses low and inside. 2-2 now. Righty on lefty matchup. Wareham 3, Falmouth nothing. At the top of the third with no one gone. Beneke from the windup. Kicks and fires. Misses inside yet again. Count even at 2.
Already one of the better at-bats we've seen today. Pitch is fouled away, and Cozart laying off some filthy stuff down and in.
Check that. It's 3-2. So here's the payoff as Cozart fouls it back. So we'll do the 3-2 yet again.
And there's no doubt that of any Commodore hitter today, Cozart's been the one who's looked the most on top of the stuff from Beneke. A couple foul balls back, and he looks prepared.
Payoff pitch yet again. Too high, ball 4. We've seen a lot of that from Jacob Kozart, fighting off pitches until he's going to win it. He wins that battle with a base on balls.
Kozart this summer, 3rd walk of the year. And now Anthony McKenzie in the number 9 hole, getting another spot start.
McKenzie's in left field tonight. Last time we saw him there was against Katuitt, and a 4-0 loss to the Kettleers on Monday night.
He didn't look all that comfortable out there in left either.
First pitch to Anthony is a bunt straight up to Beneke, who flips it over to first, getting the easy out. So Kozart advances to second. Anthony does his job with a sacrifice bunt, as one hit can put Falmouth on the board.
And it looks almost out of place because of how accustomed we are in the college game and Major League Baseball. No one bunts anymore. No one really plays that much small ball, but I don't hate the call at all, at least not from the Falmouth dugout. You're struggling to swing the bat so far this season. You're struggling to get on base. May as well force the hand of the defense, force Beneke to field his position a little bit. Now have a guy in runner in scoring position with only 1 away.
So Alex Mooney at the plate. We're back at the top of the order for the Commodores.
That's another reason why this is a good thing. Get the better hitters up.
First pitch to Alex. Low and away, but it finds the zone for strike 1. Mooney looking up, realizing, wait, called that a strike? Either way, he did. So it's 0-1 now on Alex.
And we say better in the context of hitting. Mooney entering the day hitting .263. A couple extra base hits to his credit. He's been swinging the bat really well since he came over from Duke. He's been a regular in this lineup.
0-1. Bounces in the dirt, blocks by Elvis. Mooney telling Kozart to stay there at second base. Count even at 1. Kozart hanging around on second after being advanced on a sacrifice bunt by Anthony McKenzie. Wareham leading Falmouth 3-0. Count even at 1. 1 gone here in the top of the 3rd. Righty on righty matchup as Beneke works from the stretch, looks back at second, deals. Fastball high. Mooney goes after it as it's fouled back and out of play. Mooney kicking some dirt after getting a little upset with himself. It's 1-2.
And one thing we have to remember about Beneke that we were told by the Wareham broadcasters is that this is his first start of the summer. His first appearance was in relief on opening day and pitched 3 innings. So he's approaching his summer high in innings thrown. Let's see how the Commodores react to stuff that may be fading a bit here.
1-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Blocked once again by Elvis, and staying at second yet again is Kozart. So ball 2 delivered to Mooney. Count even at 2 with 1 gone here in the top of the 3rd.
And I make that comment because that's another off-speed pitch that Beneke has spiked. Could be suggestive of a little bit of overthrowing, which happens when you're fatigued. Trying to dial it up to get that last bit out of the arm, and you end up overthrowing.
2-2 to Alex. Fastball, chopper, left side over at third base. Picked up by Anderson. Chucks over to first in time, beating Mooney by another step. A throw over to second as Kozart didn't go over to third. Jacob gets in safely, diving back. So no harm over at second base, but another ground out. Another 5-3 ground out, that is, to Alex Mooney. He's 0 for 2 tonight, and Maui Ahuna now has the opportunity to bring around Kozart with 2 gone here in the top of the 3rd.
And a great chance for Ahuna here to erase some of the early strikeouts and get himself out of this early funk he's been in.
Righty on lefty duel. First pitch to Maui. Fastball in the dirt. Had to get some feet away. Chuck down the second. Now they got him in a pickle. What a play by Kozart. He dives into third without a throw. That is the big reason why, the main reason why you do a delay steal right there.
Yeah, I was thinking I didn't love the aggressiveness from Kozart on the Mooney ground out, but I do like it here. So Kozart gets on the way to third with 2 down, and an even better chance for Ahuna to get the Commodores on the board.
Kozart now 90 feet away. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Chasing after some low stuff is Ahuna, and the count is even at 1.
They've got Maui off balance so far this summer at least. They've been throwing him fastballs upstairs, and he hasn't caught up, and now he's dialed up for that, and they're changing speeds.
The 1-1 from Beneke. Fastball misses just a bit outside. It was there, but just a miss a little bit to Maui's left. It's ball 2, and the count is 2-1. No one holding off Cozart at third base. Got over there with a stolen base as the 2-1 to Maui misses low. Ahuna checks his swing. It's 3-1.
Well, it could be easily another strikeout for Ahuna if those last two pitches went the way of Beneke. Both of them awfully close, but no dice, according to home plate umpire Rick Emerson.
The pitch. There's strike two. Ahuna can't believe it. Thought it was a little too low, but it got around to the knees. So another full count to Ahuna. He went down swinging last time he saw this, which was in the top of the first. Beneke kicks and fires. Breaking ball. Cut on and miss. Strike three. Beneke is going to work on Falmouth right now. He's through 3 innings and playing some good ball right now. He's keeping it a 3-0 Gateman lead, as we will have more from Spillane Field after this. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Commodores looking to keep it a 3-0 Gateman lead here at Spillane Field in Wareham. Mike Buxton on for his 3rd inning of work, dealing with the heart of the order for Wareham. Callum Clark leads things off. He's the cleanup guy for the Gateman tonight. Right fielder out of Mississippi State University. It's a righty on lefty matchup. Clark walked on 4 pitches in the bottom of the first. Buxton's first offering from the windup. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 1. There's that first inning that featured 2 infield singles that were RBIs for the Gatemen. They got another one of those in the second. 0-1. Another fastball hit over to the left side, backside, and it bounces off the middle school behind us and out of play. Count 0-2.
In fairness to Buxton, we've been hard on him so far in this game, but half the hits he's allowed, 3 of them have been in the infield variety. He's got ground balls today. Just got to be better placed for the defense.
Looking for a second strikeout here. Gets his sign. Deals the 0-2. Breaking ball misses outside. Ball 1.
But this is an important inning for Buxton. Commodores don't want to have to use bullpen arms ahead of tomorrow's doubleheader.
Commodores taking on the Firebirds at Gov Fuller Field, and it all starts at 3 p.m. 1-2. Fastball, chopper over to shortstop. Ahuna gets it on a hop. Chucks over to first in time, beating Clark by a couple of steps for the first out. So 6-3 ground out, and this is the first time we've gotten to say it tonight, partner. But the Commodores were tired of leadoff man.
They do, but they almost didn't. It was a good play by Ahuna, and I guarantee he's thinking a little bit about those infield hits that he couldn't field. All 3 have gone to him. But that one was a strong throw and a good play to retire the leadoff man, and that goes a long way in controlling what happens in an inning. So let's see if Buxton can settle down here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Next up is Torrin Montgomery. Right-handed batter. Looks at the first pitch, and it's strike one. A nice breaking ball that finds the letters. Montgomery comes out of Mizzou. He got himself one of those infield RBI singles. It was the first of two in the first. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Buxton showing some presence in this bottom half of the third inning. Let's find out what Ike can do here. Righty on righty matchup. Gets his sign from Kozar. Kicks and fires the 0-2. Chopper right into the Commodore dugout. That's right below us. Couple of doors having a look out. Hopefully everyone's good down there. As we'll do the 0-2 again. Wareham leading Falmouth 3-0 with one gone in the bottom of the third. Montgomery steps back in. Rising senior. Ready for the 0-2. Buxton fires. Chopper over to second base this time. Colby Halter scoops it up running in. Chucks it to first in time. A little offline. But the lefty first baseman, Jacob Walsh, has it. And there is two gone here in the bottom of the third.
Well, this was a huge inning for Buxton coming back out here after allowing 3 runs on 6 hits. But so far he's done quite enough to get the vote of confidence for a possible fourth. 2 straight ground ball outs against 2 very good hitters in Clark and Montgomery.
Another one of those good hitters is Jack Hausinger. He's playing second base tonight, comes out of Xavier. And the first pitch to him is a line shot into left field. McKenzie lets it get by him. It was a bouncer right in front of him, and now going into second is Hausinger. So it's a single and then an E7 advancing to second. And we've seen this before, Carter. McKenzie struggling a little bit out there in the outfield. And now the Gatemen have a man on second. A rough bounce out there in the outfield.
Well, second error in as many games that McKenzie has played this summer out in left field. It's not his natural position. He was a second baseman at Sam Houston State this spring. That's his natural spot on the infield. They've stuck him out there in left. He made an error in the Katuitt game, and now lets another ball go by him, but you can't play too much of the blame at his feet. He just doesn't play out there.
So now it's Connor O'Brien, first baseman from Bradley. Buxton from the stretch, looking back a couple of times at second base, deals, swing and a miss, strike one.
And it's another error for the Commodore defense that just can't quite get itself right. Entering this game, the Commodores lead the league in errors. They had made 4 more than any other team, Bourne the next most, and 1 more today.
It's now 13 on the season. 0-1. Breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Kozart. Ball 1, count even. O'Brien grounded out to second. Check that he did not ground out to second. He actually lined out to second. It was the first of the 4-3 double play in the first. It stopped the bleeding. With the bases loaded, Falmouth was able to strand 3 of Wareham's base runners. 1-1. Fastball, another one in the dirt, picked by Kozart this time. It's 2-1.
Buxton's got to watch his command here. I think he's been throwing breaking balls in this inning, but not only is he not throwing them for strikes, but these Wareham hitters have not come close to biting at them. So far through 2 2/3, they've looked like they've known what's coming.
2-1 the count, 2 gone in the bottom of the third. Ike deals. Breaking ball misses outside. It's now 3-1, a hitter's count for O'Brien. Falmouth trailing Wareham by a score of 3-0 at Spillane Field in Wareham. To my right is Carter Bainbridge. On the field is Logan Sanforenko. Trey Redfield here. Happy to have you with us tonight. The 3-1 with 2 gone. Fastball finds the zone right around the knees. Count full.
And a huge pitch coming up here for Buxton on O'Brien. You got the 8 and 9 hitters on deck, but putting 2 on with 2 out, not really something you want to do with how leaky this defense has been, not just today, but the whole season.
Kind of make or break here, down 3-0. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt, gets behind Kozart. It's ball 4 to O'Brien, and going over to third on the wild pitch is Hausinger. So 2 men on, they're at the corners now. There's still 2 gone here in the bottom of the third, and Wareham leads Falmouth 3-0.
Goes without saying that that's certainly not what you want to do, not what Buxton wanted to do, to walk a hitter on that 3-2 pitch. That breaking ball And that off-speed stuff just hasn't really been there for the right-hander. He's had to rely on the fastball, and Wareham knows that very well. They've just been waiting for the pitch and not swinging at anything else.
Cole Elvis has been one of those disciplined guys. Got himself a leadoff single in the second. Looking to snag an RBI here. First pitch to Elvis in the dirt. Scooped up by Cozart. 1-0.
That 59-foot breaking ball for Buxton just isn't working. He's got to be able to spot that fastball. Just try to get himself out of this inning. He can hang his hat on a 3-inning start, 3 runs. Nothing to sneeze at as long as he keeps the Commodores in this game.
It's Buxton's first start tonight. From the stretch. Runners at the corners. 1-0. Outside, ball 2. As Cozart takes some time to talk things over, trying to calm down Buxton, buying a little bit of time too. As there are runners on the corners here at Spillane Field in Wareham. Hausinger on third, O'Brien on first. Falmouth trailing Wareham 3-0. There's 2 gone in the bottom half of the third. Elvis steps back into the box, righty on righty matchup. Hausinger with his lead off third, and a modest lead off first from O'Brien with Walsh holding him on as Buxton steps off the mound for a second. Gets back on it. Lining up on the middle of the mound. Gets his sign from the stretch and deals the 2-0. Fastball, strike 1. On the outer half, it's now 2-1 to Elvis.
And there's that pitch that's worked the best for Buxton tonight. He's topped out at 95 over at Lipscomb in his career with the Mustangs.
Gets what he wants from Cozart. Deals the 2-1. Fastball low and away, but it finds the zone. Strike 2.
And that's a pitch that the Gatemen have taken for strikes. Buxton hasn't had amazing command here tonight, but when he has thrown called strikes, it's been with the heater.
Ike looking to get out of another jam. 2-2. Fastball, chopper on the right side, foul. As the first base coach for the Gatemen couldn't scoop it up with a bare hand. Getting a smile after it. We'll do the 2-2 again with 2 gone. Elvis steps back in. 2 on, 2 gone. 2-2 from Buxton. He got him on strikes. Going with the slider on the outside, and Ike gets out of another jam yet again. Score still 3-0. We're through 3 here in Wareham. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network.
Back here in Wareham, Massachusetts, where the Falmouth Commodores trailed the Gatemen 3-0 in the top of the 4th inning. Logan Sofarenko with you. The Gatemen have welcomed home a familiar face in the new field manager, Harvey Shapiro. Shapiro, who served as an assistant coach with the Gatemen for 2 seasons in the early 90s, was hired as the team's new field manager on August 27th of 2021. After leaving Wareham, Shapiro would go on to manage Falmouth for 5 seasons, before landing with the Bourne Braves for the next 18 seasons. With 531 career wins, Shapiro sits 3rd in all-time wins in the CCBL. Shapiro is a member of the CCBL Hall of Fame 2020 class. One of the highlights of that canceled 2020 year. Guys, back to you.
Well, Logan, thanks so much. Wareham in front of Falmouth by a score of 3-0 at Spillane Field. On the other side of the bridge tonight, we thank you for joining us. That was Logan Sofarenko. To my right is Carter Bainbridge. Trey Redfield on hand for what is another inning of work for Luke Beneke. He's doing some shutout ball right now, holding down the Commodore bats like what most pitchers have been doing this season.
Now, there's no doubt about that. The Commodores coming into today with the lowest marks in the 3 slash line categories. Average on base and slug. They have not been hitting the ball very well this season. Through 3 innings today, they've been shut out by right-hander Luke Beneke, who's been throwing the ball effectively tonight in a battle of 2 relievers turned starters.
Beneke comes out of Lafayette. He's taking on the TCU Horned Frog, Braden Taylor, to start off the top of the 4th. First pitch of this righty-on-lefty matchup misses low and away for ball 1.
I kind of look for Commodores to get something going here in the top of the 4th. They have 3, 4, and 5 up. 3 guys who have been swinging the bat well.
1-0. Fastball on the right side hit foul as it bounces over to the right of the first base dugout. That's where the Gatemen are tonight. Count 1-1 on Taylor, who is 0 for 1 tonight with a swinging strikeout. Went down on 3 pitches to close out the first. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball, shot to the right side, foul. Bouncing over to that fence as someone from the Wareham bullpen will go pick it up. 1-2 the count on Braden. He's playing third base tonight. Last year with TCU, he was the Big 12 Freshman of the Year. From the windup, the 1-2. Fastball fouled back and out of play. We'll do it again.
And Commodore fans are just going to have to get used to lengthy at-bats from Taylor. One thing that Major League scouts look for in a player is control of the strike zone, and he definitely has it.
Beneke awaits his sign from his battery mate Cole Elvis. Gets it, kicks and fires. Off speed, hit well to right field. This one has some legs, and this one is gone. Braden Taylor does it again, a Commodore blast to make it 3-1 Wareham with no one gone in the top of the 4th.
Commodores waited a while for their first home run of the year. They got a couple yesterday against Hyannis, and Taylor was the artist for one of them. Now he gets the doors on the board here in the top of the 4th in what has been otherwise a very quiet evening at the plate. And sometimes it only takes one guy and one swing. Let's see if Jacob Walsh can keep the line moving now.
Walsh and Taylor went back-to-back last night. Let's find out if they do it here. Why not? First pitch to Walsh is a fly ball out to center field. This one's not going to get out, though. Coming in is Michael Robertson to make the grab. There's one gone here in the 4th. So it happened so quickly, but Wareham leading Falmouth now 3-1 with one gone here in the top of the 4th inning. And you said it. Heart of the order, looking to do something. They did something right there. Taylor went yard to right. So now it's Andrew Pinckney coming up. Righty on righty duel. First pitch to Andrew, right at the knees, strike 1.
And part of why I said that is that they've now gotten a pretty good look at Luke Beneke on the mound. As these innings have gone by, they've been taking better swings.
0-1. Ground ball over to second base, fielded by Hausinger. Throws at the first in time for the second out. So Andrew Pinckney is now 1 for 2 tonight. The single and now a 4-3 ground out. And now comes Colby Halter, who's 0 for 1 with a swinging K. It's actually Colby Halter at the plate. You heard the PA guy say it was Andrew Pinckney. He actually just grounded out to second, my friend. But we roll with it. We do our thing. Our thing right now is hanging out on top of the third base dugout to be with you tonight as the first pitch to Colby Halter misses low and away for ball 1. Colby's second baseman out of Florida going into his junior year with the Gators. Looks at the 1-0 outside and low, ball 2. Wind blowing in here at Wareham on what is turning to be actually a chilly night in Wareham, Massachusetts. 2-0. Cut on and miss with the off speed, 2-1.
Well, it was Halter who hit one of those home runs yesterday out in Hyannis. Put a pretty good swing on a Harbor Hawk pitch.
Next pitch to Halter misses high. It's 3-1.
And this another good at bat by Halter. Even if he does make an out here, he's seen his fair share of pitches.
Hitters count to Colby. The pitch. Fastball at the knees. Full count.
Now Walsh and Pinckney in this inning swinging early in the count, and they've helped Beneke by doing that. Taylor had a lengthy at-bat, later hit the home run.
Payoff pitch. Fastball hit high over to the left side. Will it get out of play? It won't, but it drops in foul. We'll do the 3-2 again as Windish and Anderson were coming towards the ball. None of them could make the grab. So 3-2 still to count, 2 gone. Wareham 3, Falmouth 1. And that Commodore home run came from Braden Taylor. A solo shot to start off the 4th.
It's easy to see why people were so excited around here, knowing Braden Taylor was coming in soon. And they wait for his TCU teammate Luke Boyers as well to eventually get here.
Ready on lefty duel here with the payoff from Beneke. Fastball too high, ball 4. So the top half stays rolling for the Commodores. A 3-2 walk from Colby Halter. Now they'll bring up Cross Factor. He's the tying run.
Well, according to hitting coach Ryan Eiley, early in the season for the Doors, the problem was taking good pitches instead of swinging at them. As we now see a conference on the mound.
That conference will lead to a pitching change. Luke Beneke's night is done. We'll bring you the information on who is coming in after this. Wareham 3, Falmouth 1, 2 gone here in the top of the 4th. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. So Luke Beneke's night is done. Got himself through with 3 2/3. And coming in for Beneke is Cameron Wagner, right-handed pitcher out of Eastern Michigan. Rising senior with the Eagles. Has himself an inning pitch this season with Wareham where he gave up two runs, one of them earned on 2 hits with a walk and a strikeout. He didn't appear in a game in 22, making 18 appearances with 3 starts for the Eagles in 2021, where he struck out 56 batters and 49 innings of work. He's coming in with 1 man on and 2 gone here in the top of the 4th. Commodores trailing the Gateman by a score of 3-1. First man he'll face is Cross Factor, and Carter, it is ever so important for Cross to get on new pitchers early, and just any batter in general, but right now Cross Factor, knowing he's the tying run.
Right, and to that point that I was making right before we had the pitching change, with the Commodores early in the season, it was letting the good pitches go by. Now they're swinging at them early and often in the count. The aggressiveness has not paid off as of yet. They've had a lot of quick at-bats, a lot of first-pitch swings. We've seen a couple in this inning with Walsh and Pinckney going down early in their at-bats. The 2 guys who actually stayed alive and fought off pitches, Braden Taylor hit the home run and Halter drew a long walk. Now it's up to Cross Factor to put up an at-bat where he limits that aggressiveness and instead unloads on a pitch of his choosing.
The NAIA Player of the Year stepping into the box, the left-handed batter's box, that is. So righty on lefty duel to start things off. Wagner from the stretch, his first pitch misses well outside. The fastball misses for ball 1.
Wagner, a hard guy to get a lot of pitch data on. Of course, not playing this spring in Eastern Michigan didn't help matters, but tall, lanky right-hander, looks to be a hard thrower. Kind of a dart thrower coming over from over the top.
Wagner from the stretch, kicks and fires. Runner goes, foul ball on the right side as Factor hit a bouncer that's rolling pretty far over there near the Wareham bullpen. One of the bullpen catchers scooping it up and going back to first base is Colby Halter. So 1-1 the count on Cross. He popped out to second to close out the second. Wagner with the 1-1. Fastball that's hit foul and out of play over us, going on to the top of the middle school. At least we think it may have rolled off. There are some kids chasing after it. We'll find out with their reaction here in a couple of seconds. But on the field, the Commodores trail the Gateman 3-1. 1-2 the count, 2 gone. Leading off of first is Colby Halter. He's the only man on for the Doors. The 1-2 to Factor. Runner goes again. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The inning is over. Halter was called safe, but before that, Factor went down swinging, and that's how the top half ends. So Halter left stranded, but not before Falmouth grabs its first run thanks to Braden Taylor with a leadoff solo shot. Bottom of the fourth coming up, Wareham 3, Falmouth 1. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network.
Well, welcome back to Spillane Field, where the mercury is dropping on the thermometer, but the Commodores are trying to get hot. They just put up a run in the top of the fourth inning and trail 3-1 against the Wareham Gateman. And a new pitcher now takes the mound for the Doors, right-hander Ryan Slater. Just finished up his redshirt freshman season at Florida. Pitched in 26 games for the Gators, so he was out there quite a bit. Fastball in the low 90s, 92 to 93, with a mid-80s slider. The primary bullets in his arsenal. He's now tasked with holding off a Wareham lineup that put up 3 runs on right-handed starter Ike Buxton, who's done after 3 innings, 7 hits, and 3 earned runs. Slater fires in the first pitch to Michael Robertson, left-handed hitting center fielder, leading things off here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and it's 1-0. Slater deals. Swing and a soft line drive, caught at third by Taylor, and there's out number 1 here in the bottom of the fourth.
It's a quick reaction right there. You got to be ready for anything at the hot corner, and Taylor was. He saw it right off the bat, and he was lucky enough that he got jammed a little bit, Robertson, but great play made over there by Braden. There's 1 gone already.
And another line out off the bat of a Wareham Gateman. We've seen 3 of those tonight. Balls that were fairly hard hit, but found a defender instead of open grass. And now it's leadoff hitter Blake Wright in the right-handed batter's box. He checks his swing on strike 1, according to home plate umpire Rick Emerson, and it's 0-1. Slater peering in to get the signs. Wright adjusting himself and taps the plate with the bat. It's 0-1, the pitch. A little bit low with the fastball, and it's even at 1-1. Right today, doubled in the second, walked in the first. He's been all over the bases so far, but now faces a new look from Slater, who turns and fires the 1-1. Breaking ball this time catches the zone, and it's 1-2. So this reliever, Trey, this right-hander coming in and throwing strikes right away for the Doors.
That's exactly what you need. Show who's boss early.
Slater ahead in the count at 1-2. His delivery is a swing and a miss by Wright, who has to jog to first, but Cozart's throw beats him. And there's 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
How about that, too? Playing games with batters, too, going with the off-speed, making guys chase, have them have to do the death jog. It's like walking the plank, you know. You know you're going to be out, and you just got to, go through the last couple of seconds of the at-bat. But already, Slater looking strong.
Slater making his Commodore debut this summer, only a recent addition to this roster. Swing and a miss on the first pitch by Hogan Windish. Left fielder hitting with the bases empty and 2 down here, bottom of the 4th. The Gateman lead it 3-1. Slater looking for a clean frame, his 0-1. Taken for strike 2. Nasty stuff right away from Slater. Coming into the game and throwing strikes immediately. And now Windish, the number 2 hitter, has to fight off an 0-2 count. Slater deals. Breaking ball, this one skips in front of the plate, and it's 1-1. Windish trying to adjust. Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball got him out in front. And a very quick 1-2-3 inning for Commodore right-hander Ryan Slater. He sits the Gateman down in order 1-2-3 with 2 punch-outs as we head to the top of the 5th here at Spillane Field. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Well, welcome back to Spillane Field, where the Falmouth Commodores are trying to get back into this game, trailing 3-1 against the Wareham Gateman here in the top of the 5th. And very quickly, we'd like to remind you that as a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League, the Mass State Lottery is celebrating the games we love playing. From the baseball diamond to the many lottery games that help support all 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. So here's to 50 years of winning and 50 more. Jacob Cozart steps to the plate for the Commodores to lead things off in the top of the 5th against Gateman right-hander Cameron Wagoner, who fires strike 1. A fastball on the inside corner to the left-handed batting Cozart, hitting in the number 8 spot. 8, 9, and 1 due up for the Copperheads, Cozart, McKenzie, and Mooney. The 0-1. Fouled straight back by Cozart, and he's done that quite a few times today.
You said Copperheads.
Did I really?
Yes, you did. It's 2-1 now.
That's wild. We've been keeping a tally. The Commodores, that is. Both lengthy words that start with C that I can't spell. The 0-2 is lined softly to short. Wright had to pick a tricky hop, and Cozart retired. 1 away here in the top of the 5th. So those ground balls to shortstop today, Trey, they have been anything but a sure thing.
Yeah, definitely. Those are jammed balls right there. That was, we saw it in the top half that was caught by Braden Taylor. This time it's just a one-hopper that the shortstop, Blake Wright, can easily handle. Gets the easy chuck over to first, and there's one gone.
Maui Ahuna, the Copperhead shortstop, has had to make some difficult plays. Fielded some eventual infield hits, and now there's Anthony McKenzie with one down and the base is empty. He swings at the first pitch and grounds it to Hausinger at second base, who has it on a hop, and McKenzie out at first. Two away here in the top of the fifth inning. And Alex Mooney batting with the bases empty and two away. Now the Copperheads swinging early and often in the count as Wagoner turns and delivers his first offering to Mooney. It's low and in for ball one. So not only on the broadcast tray, but the Commodores swinging early in the count, and they haven't had a lot to show for it tonight. Now the 0-1 to Mooney. Fastball, a little bit too far outside to the right-handed hitting designated hitter tonight. Mooney trading spots with Maui Ahuna from his usual shortstop's position, handling the DH duties tonight for the Commodores. The 2-0. Fastball, and this time gets the zone. It's 2-1 from Wagoner.
Is it just me, or is leading off DH weird? Is it odd?
Certainly doesn't happen a lot.
It doesn't happen
like
a lot,
you see
right?
A lot of them hit third and fourth.
Yeah.
2-1. Popped up right side and into the seats. But Mooney, a good candidate. Typically, you don't want a DH who can't hit. This guy can definitely swing the bat. 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out to third both times, as the Commodores have struggled to get anything going in this game. Only 2 hits so far. One by Pinckney, and the other the home run by Taylor. 2-2 pitch down and in to Mooney, who has worked the count full with 2 away and bases empty here in the top of the 5th inning. The Gatemen lead it 3-1 here at Spillane Field. It's been a cold day and a cold day at the plate for the Commodores at the plate, as Mooney pops this one a mile high. Shortstop Wright coming in now onto the grass infield to make the catch for out number 3 in the top of the 5th. The Commodores go 1, 2, 3 once again, and nothing doing for Falmouth. They trail 3-1 here at Spillane Field, and you're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League and the Commodores Radio Network. Well, welcome back to Spillane Field, where the Falmouth Commodores and the Wareham Gatemen are locked up in a low-scoring affair, at least so far. Wareham leads this one 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Max Anderson, Callum Clark, and Torrin Montgomery, 3, 4, and 5, the heart of the Wareham lineup, due up in this inning. And they'll oppose Falmouth right-hander Ryan Slater on for his 2nd inning of relief. He turns and deals the first pitch to Anderson, and it misses inside for ball 1. Slater worked a clean 4th, got Robertson to line out, and then struck out the next 2 hitters. 1-0 pitch, a breaking ball, and this one nips the lower half of the zone. It's 1-1. Slater looking in, now turns and delivers. Swinging a foul back straight to the screen. And Anderson stays alive. He's 0 for 2 today, lined out in the first, hit into an inning-ending double play in the second. So times are tough for Anderson at the plate. They do the pitch again, and it's skied foul right side, and the count remains 1-2. So one of the interesting parts of this Wareham team, with manager Harvey Shapiro, who managed at Bourne last year, is that there are a lot of Bourne Braves who came over from last summer to now play for the Gateman now. 1-2 pitch fouled back again. So Max Anderson, one of them, along with Christian Knapsick, Matt Jasek, and Michael Sansone, all of them contributed to that Bourne team that were runners-up last year. 1-2. Swinging a line drive to right field. Pinckney tracing over to his left. He can't get it. It rolls all the way to the wall. Throw back in, cut off. And Anderson has himself a double to lead things off here in the bottom of the fifth inning.
That was just a great rip there, and it went with the wind as well. The wind is pushing back towards us, coming from left field over to home plate. And with a shot like that, you know, when it's going backside, the wind's going to push it even more. That ball rolled almost all the way to the bench of the Gateman bullpen because that wall stops right where the foul pole is, and Pinckney had to run up to the bullpen to get that ball in. Props to the Falmouth defense for getting it in quickly, but still a leadoff double. And now there's some work to do defensively, and especially for Ryan Slater at the mound.
First base runner allowed by Slater in this game, and the first extra base hit of the summer for Anderson. First delivery to Callum Clark is in the dirt. It gets away from Cozart back of the plate, and Anderson heads on to third base. Wild pitch by the Commodore right-hander. And now a runner at third with no one down in the bottom of the fifth inning, and immediate trouble for Slater, who coasted through his bottom of the fourth, but now has to get through trouble. And Trey, you said the wind in right field played Pinckney a little bit, and we saw that earlier in this game as well on a base hit out there where he looked like he had a better angle on it, and then it drifted away to him to the wall. 1-0 the count on Callum Clark as Slater takes a breath and deals, and it's a foul straight back again, 1-1. Well, with the way the Commodores are swinging the bat today, Slater surely on the mound thinking that he can't allow too much more. Although a man at third base with no one down, a tough jam to get out of as the Copperhead infield comes in. 1-1. Up and in. Cozart juggled it a little bit, but it's 2-1. Clark at the plate, came in today hitting .308. One of the better hitters on this Wareham club, and now the 2-1 is inside, 2-2. Good breaking ball from Slater to even the count. Anderson at third base, 3-1, the Gateman lead here in the bottom of the fifth. Slater 2-2. Swing and a high drive to center field. Factor underneath it. He makes the catch. Anderson tagging from third. The throw goes back in straight to the plate, but Anderson is safe, and it's 4-1.
Factor had that lined up perfectly. You know, he read it right where he was. You know, get a couple of steps back, couple of extra steps back when you're doing a sacrifice fly, so you can bring in the momentum, get it on the crow hop, and chuck it in. It was just, you know, not enough. I would say Factor was a little too far. You know, there's a big outfield out there here at Spillane Field. His speed to get in safely. Ball was hit out far enough.
First out in the bottom of the fifth. The Clark sacrifice fly to score Anderson from third. And now the bases are empty for Torrin Montgomery, who takes ball one low from Slater. First run of the summer allowed by the Commodore right-hander. It's 4-1 Wareham here in the bottom of the fifth. Base is empty. This delivery to Montgomery is foul to the right side. Pinckney giving chase a long way into foul ground, but it bounces off the fence, foul. Over by that bullpen once again.
He knows that. You know, he got there much quicker, and he's playing a little bit more to his left side because he's understanding the wind a little bit more. It's blowing here at Spillane Field, and as the night gets older, the wind is getting harder to read, and there's more speed to it too.
lot of wind and the temperature dropping here at Spillane Field. Certainly not a warm day, at least not anymore. And now the 1-1 to Montgomery is a swing and a pop-up right side. Halter going out, and Pinckney coming in to make the catch, calling off his second baseman, and there's out number 2.
There's the wind right there yet again. You know, pushing back a little bit more. Wind kind of changing directions here in Wareham. Halter went all the way out to the outfield until Pinckney realized, like, hey, this is my ball. I'm going to take this.
That wind is certainly going to be a factor in this game as we head forward. And that bullpen out there for Wareham, all dressed up in hoodies and long pants. They look more like a bobsled team than they do a pitching staff. And we wish we were dressed the same way. Getting pretty cold up on top of this dugout as Slater delivers the first pitch to Jack Hausinger. It's a breaking ball for strike 1, and it's 0-1. Then with the bases empty and 2 away here in the top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th, I should say, with Wareham batting. Slater's 0-1 is up high, and it's 1-1. So far, Trey, even though Slater has allowed that run, got to be pretty impressed with what he's shown out of the repertoire.
Most definitely, and he's having command. He's taking control.
His 1-1 delivery is a check swing. They appeal to third base, and Alan Hale says no. He did not go, and it's 2-1 on Hausinger, who's 2 for 2 today. Reached on one of those infield singles back in the first and then singled in the third again. 2-1 delivery, skips in the dirt, and it's 3-1 on the Wareham second baseman. Slater trying to avoid his first walk of the evening. He turns on the 3-1. A little bit high, and Hausinger does draw the walk of the 2-out variety. He now stands at first with 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th. And the Gateman up 4-1. Connor O'Brien, the first baseman hitting 7th today, now steps to the plate, 0 for 1 with a walk. He lined into that double play that ended the bottom of the first inning. And now with a runner at first and 2 down, can increase this Wareham lead with 1 good swing. Slater trying to put an end to this. Peering in at his catcher Cozart, and now firing. Swinging a line drive right up the middle, base hit. Right back where it came from O'Brien, first pitch swinging. Hausinger moves on to second, and it's the second Wareham hit of the inning to keep things going.
Just a clean shot up the middle, and and it comes down to Slater just trying to get back into the swing of things. It comes down to how quick you're going to bear down, and Slater's just got to get it going here. He's got the bottom of the order coming up with Cole Elvis, who's 1 for 2 tonight, went down looking last time up. So if I'm Slater, I'm trying to attack the zone and trying to take this into my own hands.
Slater now looking in at Cole Elvis, the right-handed hitting catcher, hitting 8th. Runners at first and second here in the bottom of the 5th. First delivery to Elvis, low and away, a breaking ball. So Slater, who's been throwing that slider for a strike, losing a little bit of whatever magic he had in that bottom of the 4th when he sat down the Gateman 1-2-3. They've touched him up in this inning for 2 hits and a walk. Now 1-0 the count on Elvis. Slater peers in and delivers, and it's down low, 2-0. Elvis today 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the second, struck out in the third. Slater getting his first look at the Gateman catcher. Now the 2-0 delivery. Swinging lightly tapped foul right side over by the Wareham dugout, and it's 2-1. With the Gateman leading 4-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, 2 down. And Commodore right-hander Ryan Slater in his second inning of relief, trying to get out of a little jam. Keep the Commodores within 1 swing. Slater ready, now the 2-1. Swinging a high fly ball to right center field. Pinckney coming over from right to his right to make the catch. And the inning is over. The 5th comes to a close, but not before the Gatemen get a run on 2 hits, and they leave 2. No errors in that frame. As we head to the top of the 6th inning, Ahuna, Taylor, and Walsh, 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Commodores. And you're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Well, welcome back to Spillane Field, where the Falmouth Commodores are trying to ignite an offense that's gone about as ice cold as the weather tonight. It's getting down into the low 60s, and the Commodores are retired 1-2-3 in their last inning, 3 straight ground balls, and now they bring up 2, 3, and 4 in the order, starting with Maui Ahuna, who takes ball 1 from right-hander Wagner.
And Cameron Wagner has been really working with this Commodore lineup right now. Ahuna's got to get out of the funk, too.
1-0 to Ahuna, taken for strike 1, 1-1, and Trey, to me, he looks like a hitter right now that's all out of sorts with his timing, either guessing wrong or just keeps getting unlucky with what he thinks is coming out of the hands of opposing hurlers. 1-1 the count on Ahuna. Wagner turns and deals, and it's swinging a rocket foul over our heads.
Oh, my goodness.
Third base side, and there's your first one of the night, Trey. We knew we'd get him over here.
Oh, man. That was right over the pole. Right over the pole that we have here. And I thought about getting my glove, which is out there in my car right now, you know, just in case. Maybe it goes through the net. Just got to be careful here.
I'm not sure if you would have wanted to catch that screamer off the bat of Ahuna, who today is 0 for 2. He struck out twice. Wagner's 1-2. Up high, and Ahuna didn't chase. It's 2-2. So Maui in this game is a guy at the plate who looks like he gets breaking stuff when he's looking fastball and vice versa. He's taking some ugly swings. Trying to get on base here to lead off the top of the 6th. The 2-2. Little bit inside. And it's 3-2.
It's the third time Maui has seen a full count tonight. And he's been up to the plate 3 times.
Certainly not a bad thing, but now his third time the charm. The 3-2. No, it is not. He strikes out looking. His third K of the game on a fastball from Wagner, and there's one away here in the top of the 6th inning.
He's going to figure it out. Maui will be fine. You know, slumps like this happens. It's a slump. You know, and all it takes is one hit to get out of it. You know, Maui's one of the best players the Commodores have, one of the best players in the country this season. Ahuna will certainly figure things out as the season goes along.
One guy who's figured things out already is Braden Taylor, who takes ball 1 inside from Wagner. It's 1-0 here in the top of the 6th with 1 away, and the base is empty, and the Gateman leading 4-1. They just put up another run in the bottom of the 5th. Commodores trying to answer. The 1-0 up high to Taylor, and that's been his MO so far. 2-0 the count. He's drawn plenty of walks so far this summer, already with a home run today and ahead in the count here, 2-0. Now the 2-0, this time a strike, and it's 2-1. Taylor coming into this game with 4 walks. That's tied for tops on the Commodores, along with Jacob Walsh. Wagner looking in, now the 2-1. Another strike called on the inside corner, and it's 2-2 on Taylor. Commodore third baseman, 1 for 2 today with the strikeout in the first and a solo home run in the top of the 4th. That remains the only Falmouth run of the afternoon. 2-2. Little bit low right at the knees, but Taylor laid off it and might have gotten a little bit lucky from home plate umpire Rick Emerson, but he stays alive for at least one more pitch.
Here we go, another full count. Commodores have been loving these 3-2 counts recently.
Commodores have taken their pitches. Now they just have to get on base. The 3-2 is a swing and a line drive right field, base hit. Taylor on again with a 1-out single here in the top of the 6th inning.
So he's now 2 for 3 tonight. He had that home run in the 4th, down swinging in the 1st, and Taylor getting it done. This is why you work these counts. And I talked about it in opening the door. You just got to find ways to get on base. Working those counts and winning the at-bats is how you start it. Whether it's a single, whether it's a base on balls, if the heart of the order is getting it done, then the Commodores will have themselves a chance.
And now Jacob Walsh, left-handed hitting first baseman, steps in with 1 on, 1 out. 4-1 Gateman here in the top of the 6th inning. Walsh today 0 for 2. Right-hander Wagner delivers, and it's a swing and a ground ball to second base. Good pick by Hausinger from his knees to throw out Walsh. And there's 2 away here in the top of the 6th.
And Taylor advancing to second because the second baseman, Hausinger, lost his footing tried to do the backhand the second, looking like Brandon Phillips, but realized he didn't have enough time, so he just chucked it over to first. He got the easy out. But what this means for the Commodores is that now Andrew Pickney can put a ball in play and could potentially score Taylor to make it a 2-run deficit instead of 3.
Pickney's had a tough time with the bat so far, looking for his 3rd run driven in of the summer. With Taylor at second and 2 down. Wagner's first delivery to him is inside, and it hit Pinkney. He now takes first, a victim of a hit by pitch, according to home plate umpire Rick Emerson. And he orders Taylor back to second, who took off as the pitch was dropped by Elvis behind the plate. So runners at first and second here at the top of the 6th inning. Commodores getting a little something going here, and Colby Halter stepping to the plate. But not before Wagner and Elvis talk things over about halfway to the mound. Pinkney, who was 1 for 2 in this game with a bunt base hit, didn't have the chance for Wagner to work with him, and now stands at first with Taylor on second in a 4-1 game. The Gateman lead, but now the Commodores bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Colby Halter, who homered yesterday against Hyannis. 2 away, top of the 6th inning. Gateman right-hander Cameron Wagner looking in, trying to come up with a quality pitch to stymie this rally before it gets started. Wagner checking Taylor at second and now deals. First pitch to Halter, a little bit outside and boxed by Elvis, and the count 1-0. Wagner taking his time, adjusting himself on the mound, getting his footing, as Taylor at second and Pinkney at first, rather, take their leads. Wagner being careful with Taylor, and now the 1-0 is in for a strike, and it's 1-1. Commodores in this inning, a 1-out hit by Taylor, 2-out hit by pitch by Pinkney, and one of the better chances they've had on this evening, trailing 4-1 against the Gateman here in the top of the 6th. 2 away, and Halter taking his cuts. Wagner's 1-1. Fouled back to the left side, and it's 1-2. Cross Factor stands on deck. He's 0 for 2. Both outs he's made today have ended innings. The Commodores could tie this game up with one big blast. Halter sent one over the right field wall in Hyannis yesterday. And the lefty batter dealing with the right-handed Wagner now. Infield normal depth for Wareham. And the 1-2, way high, and it's 2-2. Halter, his last time up, walked back in the 4th inning. And looking for another game, another RBI with a base hit here. Two. Down low, and the count goes full again, Trey. One thing to be said for the Commodore offense is that they have taken their pitches tonight. They've worked a lot of counts full, but getting on base, whether that be walk or via hit, has been the difficulty.
Yeah, the full count is step 1. Getting on base is step 2. This is the 3rd full count we've seen tonight.
Now the payoff pitch. Both runners go, and Halter fouls that one off back of the plate. And they'll do it all over again. Taylor at second, Pinkney at first. Second baseman Colby Halter in the number 6 hole, hitting at the plate right now against Cameron Wagner here in the top of the 6th inning, and the Gateman leading 4-1. 3-2 the count, and Wagner's going to have to dig deep here and come up with something quality to throw the Commodore second baseman. He leans in, the 3-2. Swinging a chopper into right field, base hit. Taylor hurtling around third. He'll score without a throw. Pinkney makes his way over to third, and it's an RBI single for Colby Halter with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning.
That's massive. Just out of the reach of Connor O'Brien, the first baseman, gets right by his glove. He may have grazed it a little bit on the right side of the infield. O'Brien with a great effort diving to his right side, and it scores Braden Taylor as it got into the outfield. And now Cross Factor with an opportunity here to keep it going. But we've talked about what happened the last 2 times he was up at the plate. He's ended the second. He's ended the fourth. The question is, a couple of questions is, will he do it again in the 6th, or will the 3rd time be the charm?
Well, we'll have to wait and see as Wareham conferences on the mound to talk things over with right-hander Cameron Wagoner, who in this inning has given up 2 hits and the second Commodore run of the day. This time on the RBI single by Colby Halter, and it's 4-2 now. The Gatemans still lead, but Falmouth has answered back here in the top of the 6th. Off the bat of Halter, Taylor came around to score, and Pinckney now stands at third base. So the tying run aboard, and Wagoner is going to stay out there to face Cross Factor.
And it's up to Factor to end Wagoner's night. He's the go-ahead run. All it can take is one swing of the bat, but I'd say here with the Commodores, you just simplify. Factor's got to put something in play here, and if he does, it's going to score Pinckney, and then you can get runners on the corners for another at-bat. So Factor's just got to be smart here. We've seen the numbers. We know what he's capable of, but can he do it right here where it matters most?
Both hitters in this inning to reach via base hit have been left-handed batters, and now Factor stands in from the left side. First pitch to him is a swing and a pop foul back of the plate, and it's 0-1. So Taylor and Halter, the 2 hitters to touch up Wagoner in this inning with base hits, both singles. Halter stands at first, Pinckney at third. 2 on, 2 out here in the top of the 6th. Falmouth trailing 4-2, but they are rallying here against Wareham. Runner goes from first. The throw by Elvis is not going to be made. Halter takes off and makes it to second, and there's runners at second and third now with 2 down here in the top of the 6th inning. And there go the Commodores again using their running game. They ranked in the upper half of the Cape League entering today in stolen bases, and that's one of the first times today we've seen them really try it. Halter in, and now runners at second and third. The tying run stands at second. Factor at the plate, now the 1-1. Low and inside, and it's 2-1. Cross Factor at Oklahoma City University this spring. 30 home runs, 90 true driven in. So he's not a guy who has struggled to hit with runners in scoring position. He's been there and done that. But now it's time to get the bat going with the Commodores. 0 for 2 today in what has been a slow start to the summer. Wagoner's 2-1 delivery. Swinging a bounding ball up the first baseline. It eats up O'Brien, and Factor is safe. The run scores. Pinckney comes in, and it's 4-3 here in the top of the 6th.
They officially ruled that an E3, but you know what? You can take what you can get. It was botched over there by Connor O'Brien, and you know what? The tie goes to the runner. Cross Factor just proved it right there. You bring a run in with the E3, so now you have runners at the corners yet again, but now comes a pitching change. That was the last batter Wagoner is going to see tonight, and whoever comes in will face Jacob Kozart.
So the end of the evening here for Wareham right-hander Cameron Wagoner, who sat down the Commodores 1-2-3 in the 5th, but ran into a whole mess of trouble here in the top of the 6th inning. Strikeout, single, ground out, hit batter, RBI single, and now an error to score the 3rd Commodore run of the evening. It's 4-3 Gateman here in the top of the 6th and 2 away, and we'll wait and see who the new hurler is coming in from that Wareham pen. And Jacob Kozart on deck, as you said, Trey, 0 for 1 today with a walk, a lefty bat. And the Commodore catcher is going to hit with runners at the corners and 2 down.
So Travis Loonsman comes in to pitch for the Gateman. It's kind of in a jam here already. Runners at the corners. It's a good opportunity for the Doors to get on him early. And it's Kozart that, like we mentioned, will start things off. Loonsman comes out of Penn State, a rising junior from the Nittany Lions, has an inning and 2/3 this season. So he's right into the thick of things. You know, a reliever coming in as a reliever. You know, he's 6'6", 240 pounds, and he's using what he does with the Nittany Lions really well is just, you know, use his height. He's got really long legs. Use that approach and use the most powerful part of the body and the legs to bring pitches across the plate. It's a righty on lefty matchup, though. So Cozart, it's going to be favorable for him. All he's got to do is just put the ball in play. We've seen a lot of him work in the counts, but what can he do this time around to put the ball in play and give his guys a chance? Doors are starting to roll right now.
Well, with the left-handed hitters were the ones who gave Wagner trouble in the top of the 6th inning. Taylor, Halter, and then Factor. All three reached base, all three left-handed hitters against the right-hander. So I guess tonight for manager Harvey Shapiro over on the Wareham side, the platoon stuff isn't really coming into play. He's going to throw another right-hander here. Tall, lanky right-hander in Loonsman. 6'6", 240-pounder. Armed with a fastball in the high 80s, touches the low 90s. Slider ranges from the low to mid 80s, and it's a downward moving slider as well. You see a lot of guys with ones you call sweeping sliders or frisbee sliders that move horizontally. Loonsman's slider is one that moves vertically downward. So for the Commodores, they're going to have to deal with that out of his arsenal.
Yeah, vertical sliders are tough to deal with. You know, you just don't know what you don't know what it's going to do, because sometimes it's going to appear more to the left than it is down. There's just something different about a vertical slider that makes things interesting.
And the first batter who's going to have to deal with Loonsman is Jacob Cozart, left-handed hitting catcher in the number 8 spot, who digs in now with runners at the corners and 2 down. First offering skips away from Elvis. There goes Halter to the plate, and he scores. And Factor moves up to second base, and we're tied here in the top of the 6th inning. It's 4-4.
Boom. Wild pitch ties things up. A 3 spot here in the top of the 6th, and the inning's not over yet. Factor going over to second. If Cozart can pull one down the line, as there's a wide open spot down there in right field, the Commodores are going to have themselves a lead late.
Yeah, they're certainly not playing Cozart to pull very hard. A lot of room over there in right field with Factor now at second base, the only runner on, in a 4-4 tie here in the top of the 6th inning. The Commodores have put up a 3 spot, and they're not done with the count 1-0. Loonsman leans in and deals, and it's strike 1 on Cozart, and the count even at 1-1. So unforced errors here for the Gateman in the top of the 6th inning after they looked to have this game pretty much in control for the first 5. First baseman O'Brien committed an error. Wild pitch on Loonsman, and this game is suddenly tied. 1-1. Breaking ball caught the lower half of the zone on Cozart, and it's 1-2. Got a brand new ball game here at Spillane Field as the sun sets. 1-2 on Cozart with Factor at second in the top of the 6th. Loonsman looking him back, now turns and fires. Same spot, but didn't get the call. A little bit low, and it's 2-2.
Great eye there by Cozart. That's as close as you can possibly get to the strike zone right there. And normally you think too close or close enough, strike 3. Not the case here.
So Loonsman doesn't get the call. He'll have to come back on 2-2. He looks in, and now the pitch upstairs, and the count goes full. As it has so many times tonight, the Commodores have finally broken through here in the top of the 6th. 3 runs on 2 hits and an error so far. They've put up 3 runs, and Factor stands at second with 2 down in a 4-4 game. The 3-2 to Cozart is lined foul over the dugout, and the count stays full. And there are those line shot foul balls, Trey, that we were warned about before we came out here. We're set up on top of the third base dugout, protected by a net. But if these guys hit those balls hard enough, they're going to make us jump, as they have already a couple times tonight. Payoff pitch once again coming to Cozart with Factor at second. Loonsman leans and delivers, and it's fouled straight back again to the fence. And Cozart's done that in just about every at-bat he's had tonight, showing us that he's been on these offerings. He's just trying to piece him up with the sweet spot of the bat. Anthony McKenzie on deck. 0 for 1 today with a sacrifice bunt. Loonsman's 3-2 delivery. Fouled back again, and Cozart putting up a real battle here with 2 down.
Got to keep fighting. You know, that's how you show your dominance at the plate. I mean, we saw this with Kozar in his first at-bat. He walked on a 3-2 count to lead off the top of the third. If he can draw a walk here, that's a win in itself.
And Loonsman's going to have to come back with another 3-2 pitch. He now gets the sign, hand in glove, and the 3-2 delivery again. Outside for ball 4, and Kozart keeps the line moving. A 2-out walk after a lengthy at-bat, and there's runners at first and second with 2 down for Anthony McKenzie. Commodore left fielder hitting 9th today, looking for his first time on base. In a tie ball game, 4-4, Falmouth and Wareham locked up with free baseball to go here at Spillane Field in the top of the 6th inning. The Copperheads have already scored 3, and they're not through yet. Loonsman's first offering to McKenzie is a swing and a foul back, 0-1. Commodore left fielder, 0 for 1 at the plate, and has made an error in the field back in the 3rd inning. But he could contribute on the offensive end with a hit here to score Factor and give the Commodores their first lead of the evening. With Factor at second, Kozart at first, and Loonsman delivering the 1-0 or the 0-1. This one is a swing and a high drive to right center field. Going back, it is out of here. Anthony McKenzie gives the Commodores the lead in spectacular fashion. It's 7-4 here in the top of the 6th inning.
You knew it right when it went off the bat. You know, it's one of those moments where an opposing team's broadcaster is like, oh boy, you just have to stay silent. But us, we're not complaining. We may be on top of a dugout right now, but we're fired up. It's 7-4 doors, a 6th spot in the 6th. What else can you ask for?
Commodores,
these guys are fired up. How could you not be?
Commodores with a new season high in runs scored with 7. As the top of the 6th is still going on, and the top of the order coming back around with Alex Mooney, the DH, who's 0 for 3 today. Loonsman's first offering to him is fouled straight back, and the Commodores haven't been too fooled with what they've seen out of this tall right-hander so far. A lengthy walk by Kozart and a long home run to right center by McKenzie. Second delivery to Mooney is a swing and a high drive to right field. Clark, with his back to the wall, makes the catch, but not before the Commodores get 6 runs on 3 hits. Mix in an error in there, a hit batter, and a walk as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Falmouth leading 7-4. They've turned this game on its head. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League and the Commodores Radio Network. Well, welcome back to Spillane Field, where the Falmouth Commodores and the Wareham Gateman are in the midst of a game that just got turned on its ear in the top of the 6th inning. And if you're just tuning in, you have our pity. The Commodores just exploded for 6 runs in the top of the 6th inning, capitalized by a 3-run home run by left fielder Anthony McKenzie. And Falmouth now leads it 7-4. To protect that lead, they have now brought in a new pitcher, right-hander Jacob Meyer, to deal with 9, 1, and 2 in the Wareham order, starting with Michael Robertson, the center fielder. He stands in, lefty bat. First delivery from Meyer is in for a strike, a breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Robertson today, 0 for 2, struck out and lined out back in the 4th. Meyer's 0-1 delivery. It's a breaking ball and it skips low, 1-1. Commodores with only 3 hits in that top of the 6th. They also had an error, a walk, and a hit batter. And the 1-1 to Robertson is wrapped foul right side. Bounding ball heading over by the fence, and quickly 1-2. Meyer ahead in the count, the big right-hander from Columbus, Indiana. Meyer making his 2nd appearance of the year, 2nd one in relief. Looking in, ready for the 1-2 delivery to Robertson. He turns and delivers. Breaking ball low again, and it's 2-2. So Meyer out of the University of Evansville. Already pitched once. It was on the road against Harwich. Went 3 innings, allowed 2 hits, 2 earned runs, walked 1, struck out 5. 2-2. Another bender, and it's again low in the count, 3-2. And his objective right now for the Commodores is to keep the Gateman off base, at least for as long as he can. One swing can't tie this game. Now he deals to Robertson. In there for strike 3 called. Breaking ball buckled the Wareham center fielder, and there's 1 away here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
That's what it does to you. Meyer's breaking ball buckles hitters. And, you know, and some guys can tag on one, but most of the time, you're going to be fooled by it, even though you know it's coming. That's the confidence of a pitcher. When a batter knows what's coming, but you can still throw your pitch.
Meyer's first delivery to Blake Wright, the leadoff hitter, skips in front of the plate, and it's 1-0. With 1 away here, bottom of the 6th inning, Commodores leading 7-4 after a 6-run top of the 6th inning that came out of nowhere. And now the 1-0 to Wright. Fastball just misses the outer half, and it's 2-0 rather, from Meyer.
Wish it was 1-1.
And that fastball did look pretty good on the outer half, but Wright able to lay off. He's 1 for 2 today with a walk and a double. The 2-0. Slow breaking ball in this time, and it's 2-1.
Goes back to your point about the radar gun. I wish we had a radar gun on this curveball. You know, sometimes it looks faster, sometimes it looks slower. Meyer mixing up the speeds, too.
Well, he was able to mix up the Mariners in his first appearance with it. 2-1 pitch is down low. They appeal to first, and Michael Lightbody says Wright did not go around. It's 3-1. So Meyer in his first appearance, 5 Ks in 3 innings. The strikeout stuff is there. Trying to get his 2nd K of the inning. 3-1 delivery. Swing and a miss by Wright. Fouled off the mask of Cozart, who in that last inning, Trey, in the top of the 6th, had an at-bat that should not be forgotten. In the mix of that big inning, he drew a lengthy walk off of Loonsman, the Wareham reliever that set things up for Anthony McKenzie to hit the 3-run home run.
That at-bat saved the inning, simply.
With 2 outs.
Yep.
Right at the plate, and now Meyer rocking back and forth, the payoff pitch ready, he deals. Breaking ball locked him up for strike 3. 2nd straight K, and the 2nd looking strikeout in the books for Jacob Meyer. There's 2 away now in the bottom of the 6th inning, with the Doors up 7-4.
There he goes again, that Evansville ace, man. Just getting it done with that breaking ball. Buckles another guy, gets the Commodore dugout loving it too. You can hear him reacting right below us. They go wild every time that curveball comes, especially when it's for a K.
And it's funny what a big inning does for energy, right? These guys are whooping it up a little bit below us now as Hogan Windish takes strike one at the top of the zone. It's 0-1 with 2 down here, bottom of the 6th. Falmouth up 7-4, and Windish, ever the dangerous hitter, forced to bat with 2 outs and the bases empty for the 2nd time in as many plate appearances. He takes strike 2, and it's 0-2.
Sometimes you just need one of those innings to win a game or start a winning streak. Happen here tonight.
Myers 0-2. Breaking ball at the knees and did not catch the zone, says home plate umpire Rick Emerson. And a disappointed Meyer has to walk back behind the mound and try it over again.
Disappointed dugout, too. They went wild.
The 1-2 to Windish. Low this time, 2-2.
Man, how close could you possibly get with that 0-2, man?
Nearly 3 batters, 3 looking strikeouts, but Meyer not done yet. The 2-2 with 2 down. And it hits Windish, comes in and plunks him, and a 2-out base runner for the Gateman here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Happens. Just regroup. You know, new batter, put it behind you. Can't control the pass, right?
And hit by pitches, they seem to happen to Windish more than other hitters. With the high toms last summer, had 10.
Got hit 10 times?
10 times.
How many times did you see one of those?
It seemed like all of those might have happened out at McCrary Park.
In Asheboro with the Copperheads.
That's right. First pitch to Max Anderson is a swing and a ground ball to second base. And Halter finishes the inning off. Jacob Meyer works around a 2-out hit batter as we head to the top of the 6th inning. The Commodores lead it 7-4. And you're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League and the Commodores Radio Network. Trey Redfield will take us the rest of the way when we come back.
Welcome back to Wareham, where the Falmouth Commodores now lead the Gatemen 7-4. And boy, I got a little warmth putting on these headsets as my ears are freezing and trying to stay warm out here as it's windy and freezing, and that's just all the adjectives you can use to describe this night. The Falmouth Commodores entered today 1-4 as they travel back home at Gov Fuller for a doubleheader tomorrow against the Orleans Firebirds. It will be the only doubleheader at Gov Fuller, as the second one will be in YD as the Doors take on the Cape Red Sox. This coming week, out of 5 games, 4 of them will be on the road, and in that set they will travel to Chatham, Cotuit, Brewster, YD for that doubleheader. So we encourage you to join us on the road or listen along the Falmouth Commodores radio network. Back to you, Trey.
Well, Logan, thanks so much. We are into the top of the 7th now. The Commodores back up to bat after putting up a 6th spot in the top of the 6th. Your score in Wareham, Commodores 7, Gateman 4. Maui Ahuna up for the 4th time tonight, taking on Travis Loonsman, and the first pitch to Maui misses outside for ball 1. Ahuna has gone down swinging twice, looking once, all of them on full counts. As the Penn State Nittany Lion, Loonsman gets his sign and deals. Fastball hit to the left side, foul, bouncing off the middle school. It's 1-1. If I chatter throughout the game, I apologize. It is extremely cold here at Spillane Field, high 50s and windy here on the other side of the Cape. Loonsman kicks and fires from the windup, too high, ball 2.
That gamble we took by wearing shorts out here. It felt good at the time we left, but neither one of us is going to college to study meteorology. And we didn't think that far ahead.
2-1, fastball right down the pipe. No. May have bounced off the pipe or something like that. It's 3-1. Maui will take that any day of the week, though. Dugout's fired up, saying it's Maui time as the 3-1 comes. It's outside, ball 4. You bet it's Maui time. A leadoff, base-off balls to start off the top of the 7th.
And you love to see that at bat from Ahuna, who has really struggled with the strikeouts early on in this season, has 3 today. Had 4 in his debut game, so you knew Maui was going to start putting up better at-bats here, and he laid off some pitches in that at-bat that may show you that he's starting to get a better feel for what's being thrown to him.
So the heart of the order now coming up. Braden Taylor steps up to the plate. Another righty on lefty matchup. Braden is 2 for 3 tonight with a homer and a single. From the stretch, first pitch, fouled back, strike one. Maui Ahuna leading off of first after drawing a walk. On a 3-1 count, he's seen full counts in his previous 3 at-bats. As he has himself a nice lead off of first base, couple of feet off the bag. Loonsman gets his sign and kicks and fires from the stretch. Fastball at the knees, misses just a bit outside. It's 1-1.
Well, Loonsman is going to have to work hard here to keep his composure. This has been a frustrating outing for him. He's not getting the calls in the strike zone. Gave up a 3-run home run to the number 9 hitter in the Falmouth order. Now he's trying to work through another busy inning.
The 1-1. Fastball that pops out of the glove of Elvis, but it's strike 2. Ahuna still leading off of first base. The Commodores in front of the Gateman by the score of 7-4 with no one gone in the top of the 7th. Ahuna with his lead. Loonsman still waiting for his sign from Elvis. Gets it. Kicks and fires the 1-2. Fastball hit to the left side. Windish moving to his right, and he makes the catch. Hogan Windish making the grab. A great read from the UNCG Spartan. And there is one gone here in the top of the 7th.
Well, that was a really nice play by Windish, ranging to his right from left field. I've never been over to his house down in North Carolina, but I guarantee there's not a lot of gold glove and fielding hardware on his shelves. He's not known as a great glove. His accolades come at the plate and saved what could have been a disastrous play out there in the outfield for Wareham.
Windish, the SoCon Player of the Year. Everyone knows about his hitting. You and I know about his hitting, partner, from what he did in the Coastal Plain League last year. That's where Carter and I did our broadcasting last summer. We're up here on the Cape, freezing ourselves away with the high 50s here in Wareham as first pitch to Jacob Walsh is ball 1, low and away. Walsh is 0 for 3 tonight with Ahuna on first. He's looking to do some damage. 1-0. Fastball outside. Ball 2.
And I think an inning like the Commodores just had in the top of the 6th does a lot for your confidence. I mean, it turned the Falmouth dugout rowdy down beneath us, and it turned the Wareham dugout into a tomb over in the opposite side.
2-0. Another fastball. Bouncer to the right side. Picked up by O'Brien, the first baseman. Has to throw it over to the first. Loonsman has his foot on the bag. It's a 3-1 put out at first. There's 2 gone, but Ahuna getting over to second. Coming up grimacing a little bit as well. Ahuna making a face at second. Hopefully he's all right over there. Not sure what it is. Not going to assume either way. But there's 2 gone here in the top of the 7th. Falmouth 7, Wareham 4. And coming up to the plate now is Andrew Pickney.
Well, Maui Ahuna could just be wishing, like us, that he was on a beach somewhere. Awfully cold to stand out there at second base. But I've liked the at-bats a lot in this inning, and I'll tell you why after this pitch.
First pitch to Pickney. Fastball hits to the right side, tailing foul. And going out of play, too, rolling into the shed. That's over on the right side, on the other side of the fence. So it's 0-1 to start off Andrew's fourth plate appearance.
The Commodores,
third at bat, but
in that 6th-run inning, they didn't just get hit after hit after hit. They drew a walk, a key walk by Cozart. They worked the count. They had a lot of long at-bats. And it feels like in this inning that's only carried over to the same hitters who were involved in that inning. Ahuna had a walk. Walsh was able to work the count and swing at a good pitch. They're putting the ball in play, a key thing for this Commodore offense that led the league in strikeouts at the plate coming into today.
Righty on righty matchup. 0-1 the count with 2 gone. Ahuna on second. The pitch. Fastball, too low. Ball 1.
And that's exactly the pitch that was bothering Pinkney through his first couple games. He was struggling to hit the breaking ball both against Chatham and then again yesterday, but he's now laying it off.
Yesterday, the Commodores lost to the Harbor Hawks 4-3 on a walk-off wild pitch. Looking to get a W tonight. The 1-1. Another one too low. Ball 2.
Well, Well, I think Loonsman is putting these where he wants to. He's following the book that was getting Pinckney out the first 2 games, but Andrews just laying off these offerings. He's forcing Loonsman to come into the zone with something a little bit more to his liking.
Time is called by Cole Elvis and then granted by home plate umpire Rick Emerson is because the dirt got into Elvis's eyes. Yes, the wind is pushing that hard towards home plate. Pinckney steps back in, ready to play some ball again. Ahuna on second, 2-1 the count, 2 gone to Pinckney. Loonsman looks back, kicks and fires. Fastball fouled over to the right side behind the grandstand. It's now 2-2.
And if you can lay off the tough pitches and foul ones off that are close to the strike zone but that you don't really want, that's going to spell great things for this offense. All of a sudden they look reinvigorated, like they're not expanding the strike zone and that they're willing to wait for what they want.
Loonsman comes set and deals the 2-2. Another fastball. He got him on strikes. Getting on the inner half. Pinckney goes down looking to close out the top of the 7th. It's time to stretch at Spillane Field, and the Commodores can do that with a lead. Up 7-4 on the Gateman. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Jacob Meyer back for more after sitting down the Gateman with 4 batters in the bottom of the 6th. We are now into the bottom of the 7th, stretched and ready to go from Spillane Field, and it's Falmouth leading Wareham by a score of 7-4. To my right is my color commentator Carter Bainbridge. To my left and down on the field is Logan Sanforenko, tonight's reporter. I'm Trey Redfield, happy to have you with us tonight in what is a cold and windy night on the other side of the bridge here in Massachusetts. So Meyer waiting for Callum Clark to step into the left-handed batter's box. So we're ready to get going here at Spillane Field. Meyer comes set from the stretch and deals the first pitch, a breaking ball like how it normally is, but this one in the dirt. That one goes for ball 1. We saw Meyer use his breaking ball really well. That fired up the Commodore dugout in the bottom of the 6th. It buckled. Robertson and Wright both went down looking on it. As the 1-0 is delivered, another breaking ball low and inside. It's ball 2. But Carter, Meyer has been using that curveball to his advantage tonight, and he also did it at Harwich on Tuesday.
I was just about to say the same thing. Interesting to see a guy rely on that breaking ball.
2-0, another breaking ball that misses just a bit outside. It's 3-0. A couple of questionable looks were made in the dugout and the stands to our left, but either way, Clark has the green light up 3-0. Meyer deals. Fastball down the pipe, strike 1.
You get a little bit of confidence with Meyer on the mound because you feel from him that he can throw strikes when he wants to. He's just got a lot of movement on his pitches. He throws that breaking ball for strikes, and he's trying to keep Clark on his heels.
3-1. Goes back to the breaking ball, ball 4, and Clark knew it. He left that batter's box before the pitch went into the glove of Jacob Cozart, the catcher. So it's a leadoff walk for Callum Clark, and now it brings up Torrin Montgomery, who has himself an RBI single tonight.
Well, we've talked about how Meyer likes that breaking ball a lot, but I can't say I loved that on 3-1. Up by 3 runs The Gatemen desperately need base runners. Even if you throw a fastball down the middle and it gets hit out, you're still up 2. Would have liked to have seen a little bit more aggressiveness on that 3-1.
Falmouth 7, Wareham 4. No one gone in the bottom of the 7th. Myers first pitch to Montgomery. Fastball into dirt, scooped up by Cozart. Fakes the throw over to first, nothing doing. It's ball 1 to Torrin Montgomery, the DH from Mizzou.
And that's the primary responsibility for Meyer right now. He can't be worried about throwing the perfect pitch. He's just got to trust his stuff, think down, get these Gatemen to try to put it in play or get swings and misses. The last thing he wants to do is to dot around the strike zone to start missing and start walking guys.
Clark with the lead off first. The 1-0. Breaking ball. Misses outside. It's 2-0.
You know, if home plate umpire Rick Emerson was giving a little bit more towards the top of the strike zone, I think Meyer would already be out of this inning. Instead, it's been kind of a tighter zone up towards the letters in this game. Pitchers haven't been getting the high strike. It's been consistent, but Meyer's lived up there, and he hasn't gotten the calls.
See if he gets one here. 2-0. Fastball that finds the outer half. A little bit low as well, but it's strike 1. So 2-1 the count on Montgomery. And Meyer already has his sign. He's working quickly, dealing the 2-1. Fastball that just misses the inner half now. It's 3-1. A hitter's count to Montgomery.
He's not missing by a whole lot, but the consequence of those misses is that he's now one bad pitch away from bringing the tying run up to the plate in the form of Jack Hausinger.
Hausinger on deck. 3-1. Fastball fouled back. Full count.
And I think if you're Meyer here, you've got to trust your fastball. You haven't really been touched up by the Gatemen so far in this game. Only base runners allowed via hit batter and a walk. Until you let up your first hit, you may as well trust your old number 1. Let's see if Cozart lays that down for him.
Doors 7, Gateman 4. Bottom of the 7th, no one gone. Payoff pitch from Meyer. Breaking ball, fouled back.
And the breaking ball fouled back. What it suggests to you is that Montgomery was on it, at least prepared to see it. Meyer had that one a little bit up and I think got a little lucky with one that didn't get down enough.
So Clark with the lead off first. Let's find out if he goes on a full count. Meyer deals. Another breaking ball, sky high. This one's going to stay in play. And coming over is the first baseman, Walsh, to make the grab in foul territory. And there's one gone here in the bottom of the 7th. A foul fly out for Torrin Montgomery.
Massive pitch right there for Meyer. You can't talk too much about it. You can't overstate how important that was. If you miss there and you walk Montgomery, you bring the tying run up to the plate and you give Wareham a little bit of momentum. So now the dynamic of the game completely different compared to what it could have been if Meyer didn't deliver a quality pitch there on 3-2.
Clark still leads off first. Now it's Jack Hausinger at the plate. Pickoff move over to first, nothing doing. As Clark gets over there safely. Meyer getting a couple of compliments from his Commodore friend saying, hey, nice little pickoff throw over there, not bad. But the first pitch to Hausinger, breaking ball. What else? Down the pipe for strike 1. Commodores 7, Gateman 4. 0-1 the count, with one gone. And a man on first. Meyer deals. Goes to the off speed again, a little too high. It's ball 1.
And if Meyer's hand is cold, we can't say we blame him in this inning. He's got to try to get through one with the Commodores still in the lead, but he's lost the feel for that breaking ball just a little bit, at least compared to last inning.
1-1. Goes to the breaking ball. Ball hit well out to center field. Bounces into the glove across factors, and it's a base hit for Hausinger. So now that's going to bring up the tying run as Clark moves over to second base. Hausinger with his third single tonight. A great night for the Xavier Musketeer. He's 3 for 3 with a walk, and it now brings up Connor O'Brien, the first baseman and rising senior out of Bradley.
And that's why getting Montgomery out was so important, because Hausinger has been swinging the bat really well tonight. Fortunately, Meyer limiting him to just his third single. But the risky thing is here, if you're the Commodores, is that you just can't keep giving Wareham chances in this game. Now you bring the tying run up to the plate in this inning unnecessarily with only one away. And ideally, you can get out of this here with the 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming up. You do not want to send it back around to Wright, Windish, and Anderson up at the top at 1, 2, and 3.
So Myers' night is done, and it's Tepper time here at Spillane Field. Mikey Tepper coming in to try and keep this a 7-4 Commodore lead. One gone in the bottom of the seventh. Keep it here, friends. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Bottom of the seventh here at cold and windy Spillane Field. Commodores lead the Gateman by a score of 7-4. There's 2 on and 1 gone. Man on second, a man on first, and Mikey Tepper is coming in to try and get yet another hold like we saw earlier in the week against Chatham, Carter.
Tepper did a magnificent job against Chatham, coming in a The Anglers ended up getting 2 runs with Tepper on the mound, but he was able to put out the fire and ended up holding on the Commodore lead. They went on to win that game by a run. So the Chatham Anglers were able to score in that inning but get nothing more. And now Tepper comes on to try to relieve a similar situation against the Gatemen. Men at first and second and 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. The Commodores still trying to ride out that momentum after that 6th run top of the 6th, but Jacob Meyer unable to close the door. And now the Mississippi State Bulldog on the mound, armed with his mid-90s fastball to try to put out this blaze. And Connor O'Brien is the one to start it.
Tepper is making his 3rd appearance this season, has 4 innings pitched, giving up 2 hits and 1 earned run. Coming in with 2 men on and 1 gone here in the bottom of the 7th and a 3-run lead. Connor O'Brien is at the plate as time is called. And now Tepper steps back onto the mound. He's ready to go for this righty-on-righty matchup. Tepper gets his sign from Kozart. Comes set, looks back at second, kicks and fires. Goes with the off-speed, finds it at the knees for strike 1.
That primary breaking pitch from Tepper, curveball, low 80s. Just buckled O'Brien on that first pitch.
So 0-1, the count on O'Brien. Tepper comes set, another look back at second. Deals, swing and a miss, strike 2. Clark is on second. Hausinger on first. O'Brien is 1 for 2 with a walk tonight. Tepper looks back at second, deals, fastball, chopper over to third, scooped up, throw to second for 1, chuck the first for 2. No, not in time. We thought we were going to get a 5-4-3, but a bang-bang play over at first. O'Brien is safe, advancing to third is Clark. But there's 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th, and Tepper is 1 out away from getting out of Myers' jam.
And if Wareham goes on to extend this inning or potentially tie the game with the tying run at the plate, they're going to look back at Connor O'Brien's hustle on that play, tearing down the first baseline to get out of that double play because it was hit fairly hard to Taylor at third. Always harder to turn 5-4-3 than 6-4-3. But O'Brien able to keep this inning alive.
Now it's Cole Elvis stepping up to the plate. He's 1 for 3 tonight with a run scored. First pitch to him in the dirt, ball 1. Runners at the corners, 2 gone, bottom of the 7th. Falmouth 7, Wareham 4. Tepper on the mound for a righty-on-righty matchup. The pitch, fastball at the knees, strike 1. There he goes again with that 95-mile-an-hour heater. Count even at 1 on Elvis. Catcher stepping back into the box. Grabbing some pine tar on his bat from his right hand. It's actually 2-0 on Elvis. As Tepper deals it. Another bouncer, this one over the middle. Ahuna picks it up and tags on second for the force out. Well, that was smooth. He just picked it up and put his back foot on the bag, and that's how the bottom of the 7th ends. Mikey Tepper getting out of it yet again, and the Commodores are still in front. 7-4 your score, top of the 8th coming up. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network.
Welcome back to Wareham, Massachusetts, where the Falmouth Commodores lead the Wareham Gateman 7-4 off of that monstrous top of the 6th inning. Hey, it's time to give you some score updates from around the league. The YD Red Sox defeat the Harwich Mariners 11-0. That was in 7 innings. That was called early because of light being away, because it took place at YD. The Brewster Whitecaps defeated the Chatham Anglers 2-1. The Hyannis Harbor Hawks trailed the Katuitt Kettleers 8-1 in the bottom of the 9th inning. And then we got our score over here. And then the Orleans Firebirds trail the Bourne Braves 5-2 in the bottom of the 6th. The Katuitt Kettleers, guys, they just keep on cooking. Back to you.
Well, Logan, they certainly do. There goes Katuitt yet again. As we are now into the top of the 8th inning here at Wareham. The Commodores leading the Gateman by a score of 7-4. The way the bottom of the 7th ended was a smooth play by Maui Ahuna. Carter, what did you see there?
Well, I saw a great play by Maui Ahuna, and very clearly a guy who is not letting previous hard plays in this game get to him. It was Ahuna who had several balls hit his way early in this game with Ike Buxton on the mound. Couldn't make 3 plays on infield hits that led to a couple runs. But you see the talent from Ahuna. You see the reason why guys are so excited to have him here, not only at the plate, but fielding as well, taking over at shortstop for Alex Mooney, who's DHing tonight, and looked very slick on just a quick step on second base. Didn't overcomplicate things with a throw. Really good presence of mind to get that 3rd out in a big spot.
So Colby Halter starts off the top of the 8th. Travis Loonsman on the mound yet again for the Gateman. Righty on lefty matchup to start it off. First pitch to Colby. Misses outside, ball 1.
And Halter, to me, since he came in, has been probably the more underrated recent addition for the Commodores, a guy who wasn't here day 1.
Quickly to Halter as a fastball missing outside, ball 2. Loonsman working quickly, quicker than he did in the top of the 7th. He's working from the windup, gets his sign from Elvis, kicks and fires. Pop fly right over us on the left side, out of play. It's 2-1.
This now Halter's 3rd game in a Commodore uniform, and he's reached base all 3 times. Came in as a pinch hitter against Chatham and drew a walk, then had the 1-for-4 day yesterday against Hyannis with the home run today. He's 1 for 2 with a walk, later came around to score, stole a base tonight. He's been a spark plug in this offense, not near the top of the order. He's hitting 6th, but he's had some really good at-bats.
The Florida Gator getting it done. Ahead 2-1. The pitch. Fastball low and inside. It's now a hitter's count to Colby. It's 3-1.
And for the Commodores, who have already gone through some hitters who are no longer with the team, just struggling to find consistency in the lineup,
3-1, too high, ball 4. What was that thought, partner?
Well, they needed gamer-type guys in this lineup, like Halter, and you see that again. Just good at bats. He's not expanding the zone. He's not chasing. He's just waiting for his pitch, and if the Gatemen don't want to give it to him, he's just going to walk. He's done that now twice today, and this is what the Commodores need for their offense. They need guys on base. They need the flexibility. They need to put pressure on opposing teams, and that's exactly what Halter's been doing.
So a visit at the mound with Harvey Shapiro and his infielders. It's because Travis Loonman's night is done. So Halter, the last batter that Loonsman will face, got aboard with the walk. Cross Factor will come up to the plate. And we'll find out who this Gateman pitcher is coming in to face Cross is exactly after this. 7-4 your score, Falmouth over Wareham. No one gone in the top of the 8th. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Ready to get back into it here at Spillane Field in Wareham. Commodore 7, Gateman 4, no one gone. Man on first for the Doors is Colby Halter, and it's a new pitcher for Wareham. It's Ryan Hagenow, the righty out of Kentucky. Rising sophomore, standing at 6'5" and 215 pounds. Has one appearance already for the Gateman, where he threw 2 innings pitched, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. He made 13 appearances, including 3 starts for the Wildcats in 2022, pitching 28 and 2/3 innings, striking out 39 batters while walking 33 of them. The ERA with the Wildcats this past season was a 5.97 ERA. And the first person Hagenow will face is Cross Factor, a righty on lefty matchup, with Halter leading off on first. First pitch to Cross. Misses just a bit inside, ball 1.
Hagenow with a fastball, usually in the high 80s, touches 90. Slider in the high 70s, and also throws a solid changeup.
1-0. Fake steal. Pitch misses outside, ball 2. So staying on second is Halter. We've already seen the Commodores be successful with the delay steal with Jacob Kozar earlier tonight. Halter going with the fake.
He can do a lot of things over there at first base. At the very least, get Hagenow out of his rhythm.
2-0. Fastball, swing and a miss, a half swing from Cross. It's 2-1.
I got tied up pretty badly on that fastball on the inside. Cross, a lefty, facing off against the righty, Hagenow.
Cross Factor reached base via E3 in the 6th to keep this amazing inning going. That amazing inning going, I should say, as the 2-1 finds the low and inner corner for strike 2. But 6 runs were put up by the Commodores in the top of the 6th, and that's why they're leading the Gatemen by a score of 7-4 here in Wareham. 2-2 the count on Factor. Hagenow comes set. Deals from the stretch. Goes with the off-speed, and it's fouled back. 2-2 yet again.
That error that allowed Factor to reach base in the sixth is going to go in the books as an 0 for 1 at bat. But the Commodores still had to capitalize on that error. You get on base any way you can. Factor was running hard down the line and beat a bobble at first base. It wasn't like it was just a butchering.
2-2, runner goes, ball in the dirt, and Elvis loses it. An easy stolen base for Halter. So now the count is full for Cross-Factor. And all Cross-Factor has to do is just put this ball into play, and more likely than not, Falmouth will extend its lead to 8.
I think Elvis tried to make that throw before he had the ball. I think he saw Halter taking off and panicked. Couldn't get a good hold of it. Factor needs another ground ball.
3-2 the count. Here it comes. Fouled back. We'll do it again.
And even though Factor came into this game struggling and he's 0 for 3 today, he has also taken better at bats today. Been impressed with what we've seen with him. Factor entering this game 2 for 18, now 2 for 21 on the year, but he's worked the count full a couple different times in this game.
Let's find out what comes across here. Hagenau looks back at second, deals the payoff. Fastball too high, ball 4. The Commodores are winning at bats because they're finding ways to work the count. There's another exhibit right there, and it comes from Cross-Factor, putting 2 men on with no one gone in the top of the 8th, and the Commodores lead it by 3 here at Spillane Field in Wareham.
Speaking of key walks and big at-bats, how about the one Jacob Cozart had in the top of the 6th with 2 down against Travis Loonsman to keep that inning going. Anthony McKenzie then strolled up and belted that 3-run home run.
Cozart steps in, another righty-on-lefty matchup. Cozart squares the bunt, pulls it back, and Elvis can't corral the pitch. So both runners advance. Halter to third, Factor to second, as it is considered a pass ball because it bounced off the glove of Cole Elvis. Count 1-0 to Jacob.
And this is what getting on base does for you. It helps that you have some speed on there as well, but they've totally disrupted the rhythm of Hagenau with Halter at third and Factor at second base. So this a dream evening for the Commodore offense that has really broken out in a big way. And they may not hit double digits tonight, but you're going to walk away from this one impressed with what you've seen from them at the plate all around.
And sometimes all it takes is just one spark for everything to get going. A 6-run top half of the 6th has propelled Falmouth in front to a 7-4 lead over Wareham. A chance to extend it here with Cozart at the plate and 2 men on, both of them in scoring position with no one gone. The 1-0 to Cozart. Fastball cut on a miss, strike 1. Count even.
And do you recall who was the one who sparked that 6th inning with a 1-out base hit? Without looking too hard, it was Braden Taylor.
That's right.
Who has been getting on base at a really impressive clip to start his summer.
1-1. Off speed, that's picked up by Elvis. It's 2-1. And also, who had the really important at-bat to keep things going, to give Anthony McKenzie a chance to hit a 3-run blast? It was this guy at the plate, Jacob Cozart, who worked a full count, got a base on balls, looking to do something very similar here, ahead 2-1. Hagenau deals from the stretch. Fastball misses inside, 3-1. Cozart with a hitter's count.
Strike zone's been a little bit tight tonight for the pitchers on both sides. Hagenau didn't get that call, but other hurlers in this game so far haven't gotten a lot of close calls either.
Halter on third, Factor on second. The 3-1. Fastball misses outside, ball 4. Another walk drawn by Cozart, and the bases are loaded with no one out for who else but Anthony McKenzie, who hit a 3-run blast in the 6th. He has a chance to blow this thing away here in the top of the 8th with the good guys up 7-4.
Commodores have really shown a different side today. They've been willing to take their walks, and they've taken quite a few in this game.
McKenzie is in the 9 spot tonight. He's 1 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt and that 3-run blast. Says Hagenau is going to talk some situational with his battery mate Cole Elvis. Wareham started things off early. 2 runs in the bottom of the 1st, another in the bottom of the 2nd. Falmouth got one of its own in the fourth with the home run from Braden Taylor. Then Wareham grabbed one of its own in the fifth off a sacrifice fly, and then everything exploded. Top of the sixth, Falmouth put up a sixth spot to put itself in front 7-4 over Wareham, and that's where we stand now in the top of the eighth. Alter hanging out on third, factored one on second. And over at first is Cozart, who got his second straight walk and his third tonight. He's 0 for 1 in 4 plate appearances.
And there's not a lot that the Wareham staff can tell Hagenau right now. He's just been taken out of his rhythm. 3 walks so far in this inning, along with a passed ball. He's just been a little bit out of sorts. And the Commodores are starting to look like the Gateman, who came in today with 18 walks combined in their last 2 games. Doors tonight have drawn 7 against the Gateman pitching staff, including 3 straight to start this inning.
Bases loaded, no one gone for Anthony McKenzie. First pitch to him from Hagenau, misses outside for ball 1. On deck, the top of the order, Alex Mooney awaits his opportunity to extend a potential even more Falmouth lead. Doors up 3 on the Gateman at Spillane Field. Hagenau still working from the stretch, and the righty deals. Fastball down the pipe, strike 1, count even.
Can't imagine McKenzie's putting a whole lot of pressure on himself in this at-bat. Still probably feeling pretty good about that 3-run blast he hit back in the 6th. And by putting basically any ball in play here, he can score a run.
Righty on lefty matchup, the 1-1. Off speed, in the dirt, scooped up by Elvis, and McKenzie's ahead 2-1.
And what you love in this inning is that Falmouth really isn't chasing anything. Maybe they're recognizing the ball out of Hagenau's hand, but they just aren't expanding the zone, and they're putting the pressure back on the back of the Gateman.
Hagenau comes set. Looks over to third, now looking towards home plate. Deals the 2-1. It's at the knees for strike 2.
Tough call for McKenzie. Got to regroup now with 2 strikes.
Moves back in the box a little bit in that left-handed batter's box. Waiting for the righty's offering. 2-2 to count, bases loaded. The pitch. Breaking ball misses inside, and here we go again. Another full count put on by the Commodore offense. We sound like a broken record, but it just keeps on happening. The payoff pitch. Fastball high and outside, ball 4. It's an RBI base on balls for Anthony McKenzie, and Falmouth extends its lead to 4. Commodores 8, Gateman 4, no one gone with the bases still loaded in the top of the 8th.
Well, this Hagenau's second appearance of the summer, but this one probably couldn't have gone any worse if he had dreamed it up. 4 consecutive walks to open the inning to finally score the first one he put on base at Halter.
Now Alex Mooney's at the plate, back to the top of the order, and his first pitch to him misses high for ball 1.
And I'm not sure Harvey Shapiro can roll with this right-hander for too much longer. He just doesn't have his command tonight.
Righty on righty matchup. Mooney is 0 for 4 tonight. The 1-0. Fastball in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher Elvis, excuse me. But no harm, no foul. It's now 2-0. Factor still on third base. Over at second is Cozart. And McKenzie, who just drew the RBI walk, is on first.
Now the fastball is sailing on Hagenau, and he's spiking the breaking ball. He just doesn't have that release point right now. Neither one of his pitches really going where he wants them to.
Mooney steps back into the box. Hagenau gets his sign from Elvis and deals the 2-0. Fastball foul to the left side, rolling right by us. Trailing along the fence. Now brought back into the Commodore dugout. It's 2-1.
You think you could have fielded that one?
Me? If I was down there, yeah. Definitely. 100%. But we are on top of the third base dugout here at Spillane Field. Seeing the Commodores have themselves an 8-4 lead over the Gateman. The 2-1 to Mooney. Fastball belted to the right side, base hit. Clark corrals. It's an RBI single for Alex Mooney, and the runs keep on coming. In the words of Alex, no days off, and he shows it right there. 9-4 Doors with the bases loaded and no one gone in the top of the 8th.
I think Hagenau is just about done. First hit allowed in this frame after 4 consecutive walks. He just doesn't have his stuff or his command tonight. The Gateman already down 5 here in the top of the 8th might be content to let him try to finish this out, but if he starts racking up the pitch count, Harvey Shapiro may not have much of an option but to go pull him.
Now it's Maui Ahuna at the plate with the bases loaded. This is the right guy you want to have up. He hit .396 at Kansas this season. First pitch to Maui, swing and a miss. Actually a tip into the glove. It's 0-1 on Maui as Cozart's on third, McKenzie on second, Mooney on first. Righty on lefty matchup. 0-1 the count with no one gone. Hagenau deals from the stretch. Fastball misses high and outside. It's 1-1.
I think this is a great spot to have Ahuna up because this is the type of at-bat he's been looking for where the pressure is really not on. In the past, he's looked like a guy swinging and missing, trying to hit a 5-run homer. The team already up 5. He doesn't have to press.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. For those who are new to baseball out there, 5-run homer is not possible. I've never heard someone actually say that before. That was good. That was good, my friend.
It happens about as often as guys steal first base.
1-2 to count, bases loaded, no one gone. Hagenau is offering to Mahuna. Time is called. That's what happens when you go to Aruba. You accidentally say Aruba on the broadcast. Apologies on my end. Ahuna.
Either that or you start talking about snakes from out of nowhere, right?
Copperheads.
Temperature's getting to the both of us.
Carter and I are on a roll tonight. 1-2 the count. Hagenau to Ahuna. Swing and a miss. It pops out of the glove. No, it's a foul ball. Ahuna got a piece of it. Now I'm telling myself, don't say Aruba, don't say Aruba, don't say Aruba. It's like Kokomo, you know, Aruba, Jamaica, ooh, I want to take you. You know that song, right, from the Beach Boys?
I do.
Okay, good. I thought you were about to say, I can't say I do. I'm like, you're joking, right?
It took the gears a little bit to spin on that one.
1-2. Ahuna got a piece of it. You could hear it. Everyone's saying that's a foul ball, and it is.
Well,
Maui lives to see another day.
The contention was that it was foul, but Elvis caught it on the back tip. Ahuna making his case that it hit the ground first, and Elvis picked it, and he wins that argument.
1-2 to count. No one gone. Doors 9, Gateman 4. Bases loaded. And now Harvey Shapiro wants to talk to the home plate umpire, Rick Emerson. Trying to figure out exactly what it was. Harvey gets told. Emerson coming back into the circle where the dirt's its normal color. It's gray dirt here on the infield here at Wareham. As Ahuna steps back into the box, 1-2 the count. Bases loaded, no one gone. Hagenau deals. Goes to the off-speed, and Ahuna fouls another one off. This one bouncing off the catcher, Elvis.
Well, at the very least, Ahuna is still taking some big swings when he doesn't necessarily have to, but at least he's getting a piece of these pitches, which tells you he's recognizing it a little better out of the hand. Hagenau hasn't fooled anybody in this inning. 4 consecutive walks and Mooney's base hit. Time for Ahuna to lighten up a little bit with the swing and just put it in play.
The 1-2. Fastball misses outside, ball 2. Last time Ahuna was at the plate was in the 7th. He led things off, and it started with a walk. He was the only guy that got on base in that top half. He's 0 for 3 tonight with 4 plate appearances. Count even at 2, bases loaded, no one gone. The pitch. Fastball misses inside. Elvis holds his glove for a little bit longer, but nothing doing. Count is full. This is the 4th time Maui Ahuna has worked a full count. The last 3 times he's done it, he struck out. Payoff pitch. Fastball misses high, ball 4. That's how you win an at-bat right there. Another RBI base on balls, and it's 10-4 Doors. Bases loaded still with no one gone.
Well, Trey, you said it. The Commodores are winning at bats, plenty of them tonight, and almost all of them since that top of the 6th inning. Baseball's a pretty funny game sometimes, and when you see a team like the Commodores struggle with the bats through their first couple games of the season, they did it again against Hyannis last night. Sometimes it just takes a big inning to get that spark back, and now it seems like it's been infectious. Everybody in the lineup playing a part in this outburst tonight.
Here's Braden Taylor. Already has a home run tonight. First pitch to Braden, strike one at the knees.
Things don't get any easier for Hagenau now. He's got to face the heart of the order.
With Walsh on deck, he's the cleanup guy. Still no one gone, too. Here's the 0-1. Fastball swing and a miss, actually tipped into the glove of Elvis. It's 0-2.
Well, for Hagenau, it's time to regroup. Just pretend there's no one on base and that it's a clean inning and just go after Taylor with whatever pitch you have the most confidence in.
McKenzie on third, Mooney on second, and Ahuna on first. 0-2 the count, no one gone, 10-4 Doors the pitch. Fastball misses a little too high and outside. It's 1-2.
And that's the spot that Jacob Meyer wasn't getting earlier with the breaking ball, that top edge of the zone. Hagenau just tried it with the fastball. Taylor knew that wasn't going to be a strike. Again, knowledge of the strike zone.
1-2, fouled back. That's a two-strike swing right there from Taylor. He knew he didn't like it, but he knew it was a strike, so he just had to put some bat to ball, and he's successful with it. So we'll do the 1-2 again. Commodores 10, Gateman 4. 3 runs here in the top of the 8th. With one swing of the bat, Taylor can make it 7. 1-2. Sky high, foul ball out of play. Goes behind the press box here at Spillane Field.
That two-strike swing you talked about with Taylor is just part of his approach. And when you watch it, you know that this guy is going to have another step in his advanced baseball career.
Righty on lefty matchup. Hagenau comes set. Fires the 1-2. This ball hit out to right center. Moving to his right side is Callum Clark. He makes the grab. Runners are going. Coming in to score on a jog is Anthony McKenzie, and Falmouth extends its lead to 7. A sacrifice fly from Braden Taylor makes it Falmouth 11, Wareham 4. Runners at the corners with 1 gone in the top of the 8th.
And just a marvelous at-bat from Taylor. I mean, just gourmet stuff at the plate right there from the Commodore third baseman. He knew he didn't have to get a hit. He knew he didn't have to hit a grand slam. Fouled off a couple pitches with 2 strikes, and on a 2-strike count, he hits a sacrifice fly to drive in another run. He does exactly what he needed to do.
Now it's Jacob Walsh at the plate, having himself a favorable matchup. It's a righty on lefty duel. Runners at the corners, Mooney on third. Over at first is Ahuna. Hagenau looks over at first. Comes set. Deals. Outside, ball 1.
Hagenau still just trying to find that arm angle and that release point that's going to work for him. Finally got the first out of the inning on Taylor, but did score a run. And this inning already got out of hand. He's just got to finish it out now.
1-0. Fastball down the pipe, a little bit above the knees. 1-1.
The Commodores can't get complacent through the remainder of this game. I know the Gatemen only have 6 outs to play with, but just think about how quickly the Commodores did put up 10 runs on the board. Gateman could do the exact same thing.
Runners at the corners, 1-1. Ball gets away, and Mooney comes in to score. A wild pitch brings Mooney home and Ahuna over to second. It's now a 12-4 Commodore lead. 5 runs here in the top of the 8th, and 1 gone.
Well, Hagenau struggled with his control at Kentucky. That was what led his ERA to clock in at 5.76 this spring with the Wildcats. Walked 33 in 29 and 2/3 innings, but it probably was never as bad as this. 5 walks in this inning, along with a wild pitch and a passed ball that could have easily been a wild pitch.
2-1 to Jacob, misses inside. It's 3-1.
And he just can't get that fastball across, and that's leading to all this other damage. If you can't sell the fastball, you can't sell your breaking stuff. Hagenau's been either yanking it inside or sailing it outside.
3-1 to Walsh. It's ball 4. Another walk given up by Ryan Hagenau, and Walsh is aboard for the first time tonight. And it will now bring up Andrew Pickney. And coming up on deck is Colby Halter, who started off the top of the 8th.
And I'm pretty surprised that Harvey Shapiro hasn't come out of this dugout and taken Hagenau out of this game. There's not a lot left for him to show in this inning. Has walked 6 batters here in the top of this frame. There's already 5 runs in. Now 2 on with 1 out, and he's just really struggling with his command. I'm not sure what point there is to leave him in at this time.
First pitch to Pickney's a swing and a miss and a breaking ball for strike 1. Righty on righty matchup. Falmouth 12, Wareham 4. Here in the top of the 8th with 1 gone and 2 on. Ahuna on second, Walsh on first, who just walked on a 3-1 count. Hagenau comes set, looks back at Ahuna at second. No one holding him on. As Hagenau deals, that one gets away. Another wild pitch. Ahuna over to third. Trotting over to second is Walsh. The breaking ball getting away from Hagenau as the catcher, Elvis, couldn't corral it. So now one swing of the bat, just a little flare into left or right center field, can make this a 14-4 game. But right now, it's Falmouth up 8.
Not cruel and unusual punishment to leave Hagenau in there, but it's getting awfully close at this point.
1-1. Outside, ball 2. Pickney's ahead with a 2-1 count.
And the only logic that I can come up with as to why Shapiro is leaving him in there is that the Gatemen have got to try and conserve their arms for upcoming games, whether that be a doubleheader or something else. Already down by 8. Maybe he just wants them to finish this out.
2-1. Fastball down the pipe, strike 2. Right at the belt of Pickney.
But with regards to confidence and with regards to arm health, I'm not sure what the benefits are of letting this right-hander labor on the mound through the rest of this inning.
Hagenau comes set, looks at Ahuna at third and deals the 2-2. Breaking ball, cut on a miss, strike 3. Pickney goes down swinging. Ahuna still at second. Ahuna at third, still over at second is Walsh. And now, coming up for the second time this inning, is Colby Halter.
He got everything started with a walk, later stole second and headed to third on a passed ball. So we started this inning talking about the dimension that this guy has given the Commodore offense. And now you see, all it takes is a leadoff guy getting on. It can be infectious up and down the lineup.
So we've seen this before. We actually saw this inning. 1-0 the count. So Halter. Righty on lefty matchup. Ahuna on third. Walsh on second. 1-0 the count. Hagenau kicks and fires. Fastball at the knees. Strike 1. Count even.
Finally, Hagenau finding the zone here. Almost looks to me like he didn't get enough time to warm up. That might have been his problem heading into this inning. Maybe he didn't get as much in as he wanted to, because it's only now that he's starting to locate the fastball after the Commodores have batted around.
1-1. Their fastball a little bit below the knees, but it's called strike 2. Ahuna 90 feet away from being the Commodores' 13th run. Walsh 180 feet away from being the Doors' 14th. 1-2. Breaking ball misses inside, count even at 2.
The Doors only have 1 hit in this inning. They've put up 5 runs. It was the RBI single by Mooney. Everything else has been walks. They've shuffled around the bases via wild pitch.
It's been the base on balls carousel in this 8th inning. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, after a lot of walks and wild pitches and not too many hits, the inning is finally over. We go into the bottom of the 8th, but not before Falmouth puts up 5 more of its own, and the Doors have a commanding lead, up 12-4 on the Gateman at Spillane Field. Keep it here. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. finishing the rest of my popcorn as we head into the bottom of the 8th inning. Had to give it to my field reporter, Logan Safarenko, to finish it off. As he hounds it down with his left hand, just gobbling it all down. This is, what are you doing over there? Are you all right? All right, well, he's good. He's good. Mikey Tepper on the mound. His first pitch in his bottom half misses low for ball 1. It's Michael Robertson at the plate, the center fielder in the 9 spot, righty on lefty matchup. Doors with a commanding lead, 12-4 over the Gateman after a 5 spot put up in the 8th, and before that a 6 spot in the 6th as Tepper throws another heater, misses outside, ball 2. Just like us up here at the top of the third base dugout, we're just trying to fight off this cold weather to win. And Tepper is doing it without a long sleeve shirt. We're wearing jackets up here. Carter's in 2 layers to my right, doing whatever he can to stay warm. 2-0. Fastball down the pipe, strike 1. Robertson is 0 for 4 tonight. Went down swinging in the 2nd, lined out to 3rd in the 4th, and went down looking in the 6th. He's ahead 2-1 here, though, against Tepper, who's working from the windup. And the Bulldog deals way too high. Cozart and the home plate umpire, Rick Emerson, met masks. As Cozart tried to catch it, turning it around, and it's now 3-1 on Robertson.
You have to wonder how fresh Tepper's arm is feeling after that long top of the 8th. He had to sit on that bench a long time, and it is cold, and he doesn't have long sleeves on.
Hopefully he had a jacket. 3-1. Fastball too high, ball 4. Leadoff walk for Robertson. First time he's aboard tonight. So we now go to the top of the order, where it's Blake Wright, who's coming up for the 5th time today. He walked in the 1st, got himself a double in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th, struck out in the 6th. That one was looking. So not a bad night for Wright, the shortstop out of Clemson, who's leading off for the first time ever. It's a righty-on-righty matchup as Tepper goes to the stretch. Takes a deep breath, fires, and a line shot that bounces off the videographer off his left leg near that Wareham dugout. He looks like he's all right. I took one to the shin earlier in this season. It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't off a batted ball. Man. Hopefully he's all right over there, but Tepper comes set for the 0-1. Looks down at Cozart, deals. Breaking ball outside, ball 1. Count is even.
Well, Tepper's just got to focus on throwing strikes here with this game all but out of hand. Commodores up by 8 runs. That last top of the inning basically put this one out of reach.
Trying to get his boys back on the bus, a bus that broke down in Falmouth. The guys were a little bit late getting here as the 1-1 is dealt. It's at the knees for strike 2. Wright shaking his head because he didn't think it was a ball. He didn't think it was a strike, excuse me. Emerson says otherwise.
And this a win that's going to go a long way in defining the character of this team. Commodores down for most of this evening, and they had the bus problem today.
1-2. Breaking ball hit out to right field. Base hit. It gets down. Picking it up is Pickney over on right, who throws it into the infield. As Robertson goes to second, and it's a base hit for Blake Wright.
Well, I just talked about a win, but the Commodores do have to close this one out. They put up 10 in pretty quick succession on the Gateman in this game, so you got to watch out for Wareham, especially with the hitter coming up, Hogan Windish, a guy we've been talking about all night as one who could quickly deposit one over the wall. Tepper's got to find the form that made him effective in the bottom of the 7th.
They got to do what we do. A little bit of closing the door.
Well, unfortunately, he doesn't have a raincoat or a jacket like either of us. Probably wore one in the dugout, but
I sure hope so. We don't know. We can only see the heads of the Commodores on the third base dugout. As Hogan Windish comes up to the plate, he can definitely make things interesting.
And you figure if Tepper can't get things right fairly quickly in this inning, he may see a quick hook in favor of someone else on this staff.
Righty on righty duel, 2 on, no one gone here in the bottom of the 8th. Tepper with a fastball gets the inner half for strike 1. Falmouth with a commanding 12-4 lead over Wareham after putting up 5 runs in the top of the 8th and also put up 6 in the top of the 6th. Tepper comes set, deals from the stretch. Fastball way too high for ball one.
That fastball sailing up high for Tepper. That's his primary weapon. And you think about what the Commodores want to do with their pitching staff tomorrow. Tepper, even if he gets in trouble here, may have to finish this inning because there's only so many pitchers that Falmouth wants to use.
Tepper goes back to the fastball. This one misses inside. It's now 2-1. Windish is the SoCon Player of the Year, hitting .370 with 16 homers and 60 RBIs for the UNCG Spartans. He's ready to go in the righty batter's box. Tepper is ready to go on the mound, and Windish hits a line shot to center field. Factor makes the grab, moving to his right side. Had a beat on it right when it came off the bat. A great read by Cross makes it one gone here in the bottom of the eighth with 2 on, and Falmouth with an 8-run lead.
And that's the Hogan Windish I know, or at least got to know last summer. Even when he makes outs, they're hard hit. I was just thinking he's a gap hitter in a hitter's count at 2-1 on Tepper. And he put a good swing on that ball, hitting it into left center field, but that's the type of evening it's been for Wareham, at least since the 5th inning. What they've had in play have usually been outs.
So now it's the guy in the 3 spot, Max Anderson, who looks at ball one inside. Another fastball from Tepper, as it's 1-0 to start off on the Nebraska Cornhusker.
And this is a guy Wareham really needs to get going as soon as they can.
Another fastball. This one misses the zone. Not really sure where that missed, but it's 2-0.
Anderson 1 for 4 today, now 2 for 22 on the season. Trying to keep things going here.
2-0. Fastball fouled back and out of play over to the right side over that first base grandstand. It's a little bit odd here at Spillane Field. There are bleachers out in left field because this baseball field that we're at is also a football field. There are goalposts to our left. There's one out in center field as well. For those multi-purpose stadium fans, you're in luck. 2-1. Breaking ball in the dirt. Bounces off the chest protector of Cozart, who gets there quickly, and the runners hold. Great reaction there by Jacob, the NC State catcher. But it's 3-1 on Anderson, the third baseman from Nebraska, who was the 2021 Big Ten Player of the Year.
Anderson definitely not a hitter you want to mess around with, but I'm not sure if Tepper's hand is cold or what's going on, but he's lost a little bit of a feel for his command in this inning.
3-1. Fastball, ball 4, misses inside. So the bases are loaded with one gone here in the bottom of the 8th, and the Commodores lead 12-4 on the Gateman. And this is kind of worst case scenario here with the cleanup guy coming up for the Gateman. It's Callum Clark, who has himself an RBI tonight, has also worked a couple of counts, drawing 2 walks.
Clark up to the plate. 2 days ago had a 3 for 5 game with 3 driven in against Hyannis. He struggled everywhere else. Tonight already with an RBI, as he said, on that sacrifice fly and 2 walks. So he's seeing the ball well. And now he's got to see it off Tepper, who is struggling with command in this inning to the tune of 2 walks. And you're right, Trey, this is not a scenario that he wanted to find himself in. Still up by 8, but you've got to be careful.
We've seen him work better from the windup tonight. He's now back in that windup to face Clark. Bulldog on Bulldog matchup here. First pitch from Mikey misses low for ball 1.
And you have to wonder just how much Clark thinks he knows about Tepper as Mississippi State teammates. I tend to think that's a little bit overrated, especially if you're not catching the guy.
1-0. Fastball, grounder over to second. Flip for 1. How about 2? There it is. A 4-6-3 double play to get out of the jam. How about it? The Gatemen leave 3 stranded, and Tepper time continues. 12-4 your score as we head into the top of the 9th. Doors with a commanding lead. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. So Ryan Hagenau's night is done after walking and wild pitching a lot of Commodore players around. So coming in for Hagenau for the Gateman is Patrick Harrington. It's the top of the ninth inning here at Spillane Field in Wareham, and the Commodores are crushing the Gateman by a score of 12-4. And we'd like to let you know that T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile believes that when small towns thrive, America thrives. That's why they're investing billions to bring fast, reliable, and affordable wireless service beyond the big cities to small towns across America. There's never been a better time to join T-Mobile. Visit T-Mobile.com/acrossamerica to find out more. Harrington facing Drew Butcher, pinch hitting for cross factor, and the first pitch to Drew is ball one outside. Harrington comes out of Assumption College, but he's transferring from the Greyhounds to the Northeastern Huskies as he's working very quickly and has already dealt the 1-0. It's now 2-0 because he missed low to Drew. Ready on lefty matchup. From the windup, Harrington deals outside, ball three. Butcher comes out of the University of South Florida in the American Athletic Conference. Had himself a pretty good year despite battling an injury. Here comes a 3-0. Fastball right down the pipe, as expected with a 3-0 count. It's strike one.
I think Wareham would have loved to let Hagenau finish this game, but they had no choice after he went one inning, walked 6, and allowed 5 earned runs. So Patrick Harrington, right-hander, now on the mound.
Harrington with the 3-1. Fastball popped up on the left side. Having a beat on it is Anderson, moving back towards the infield and makes the grab. Butcher pops out to third. There's one gone in the top of the ninth.
Harrington already with a cleaner start to this inning than Hagenau had in his last frame. Harrington this spring, a senior at Assumption University, pitched in 15 games, only 3 of them in relief.
So now here comes Mr. Base on Balls, Jacob Cozart, who has walked 3 times tonight. He's 0-for-1 with 4 plate appearances, and now he's ahead 1-0 in his 5th here in the 9th. Next pitch to Cozart is drilled out to right field. Oh, he deserved this one. It bounces off the wall. Cozart rounding first and going for second, where he'll get in standing up. A stand-up double from Jacob Cozart that bounced off the wall. It looked like it was gone, but instead bounced off the middle of the wall in right field. And Cozart is hanging out on second base for his first hit tonight.
I'll consider this a breakout evening for Jacob Cozart behind the plate for the Commodores. 3 walks and now a double that, if it was hit 2 hours ago, would have sailed on out of here with the weather a little warmer, or if he had just gotten a favorable gust of wind, he would be circling the bases right now. Instead, I think he'll settle for that ringing double and a 1-out base runner for the Commodores here in the top of the 9th.
Well, someone who hit it out to right field and hit it out far was Anthony McKenzie, and he's at the plate now. Just looked at ball 1 outside. Falmouth 12, Wareham 4. 1 gone with 1 on here in the top of the 9th.
And you love to see that for Cozart, a guy who coming into this game was 1 for his first 11 at the plate. Now he's seeing the ball well, drawing walks, and hitting it hard when he gets strikes.
McKenzie fouls the next pitch back near that Commodore dugout. Almost got our ball boys over there. Hopefully they're all right. 1-1 the count on Anthony. He's 1 for 2 tonight with 4 plate appearances. Sacrifice bunt in the 3rd, walk in the 8th, the 3-run blast in the 6th, and a 4-3 ground out in the 5th. 1-1 breaking ball hit out to center field. Robertson moving in a couple of steps, makes the grab. Cozart tagging. No, he's not. He thought about it, then went right back to second. So now there's 2 gone. Cozart still on second base. McKenzie flies out to center. And Alex Mooney comes up for the 6th time tonight.
Well, he would if he was stepping up in this inning, but instead it's a pinch hitter.
It is.
Kyle
Excuse
Russell.
me. So Kyle Russell will come in for Mooney, the DH. Apologies on that, but Russell stepping in. Comes out of Washington State, righty-on-righty duel. First pitch to Kyle. Swing and a miss. Strike 1.
A late swing from Russell there, and you have to feel for him a little bit. having to sit on the bench this whole night and temperatures dipping down into the high 50s. Now he's got a bat with 2 down in the top of the 9th inning, basically the last out the Commodores have to play with here.
They have a commanding lead, too. 12-4 your score, top of the 9th, 2 gone. Cozart on second, the pitch. Breaking ball, cut on and miss, strike 2. 0-2 the count on Kyle.
Well, he's got to crack the frost that's coating his shoulders and elbows and get that swing working again. 2 pretty ugly swings, first 2 pitches of this at bat. Behind a fastball and ahead of a breaking ball.
Harrington deals. Low and away, ball 1. Crowd filing out with the cold and the runs being poured on by the Commodores. Falmouth looking to grab its 2nd win of the season. 0-2. Breaking ball, down on strikes goes Russell. Backwards K given to Kyle. But the Commodores are cruising. Just one more half inning to go until they have their 2nd win of the season. We'll find out if they can hold things off for one final bottom half. 12-4 your score here at Spillane Field. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. One more bottom half to go here at Spillane Field in Wareham. The Commodores dominating the Gateman. 12-4 your score, thanks to a 6 spot in the 6th by Falmouth and then 5 runs of its own in the 8th. With Carter Bainbridge, I'm Trey Redfield, Logan Sanforenko on the field. So glad that you're hanging around with us. If you're just tuning in, you missed a lot. I just mentioned the runs scored and everything. It's been a lot of runs, but it's been a lot of fun, too. A little biased there, but you know what? We'll take it.
And it's been fun to watch the Commodores score what's going to be a massive statement win. They entered tonight at 1-4. Already some chuckles going on around the league about how this team looked not sharp and not good through the first 5 games in a variety of areas.
Torrin Montgomery is at the plate, and he looks at strike 1 at the knees.
But now the Commodores have broken through with the bats, and after a rough first 2 innings, their pitching has really settled down. Limited mistakes on defense tonight. They've played a complete game.
0-1. Breaking ball misses outside, 1-1. Montgomery comes out of Missouri. He was the designated hitter tonight. As Tepper gets his sign and deals the 1-1 from the windup. Fastball fouled back, 1-2.
And ought to take a moment to recognize if Tepper gets through this inning without allowing a run, the relief work, at least to this point, by Ryan Slater, Jacob Meyer, and the man on the mound, Mikey Tepper.
It's been pretty dominant so far. keeping the Doors up 8. 1-2 to Montgomery. Breaking ball, cut on and fouled back.
That was a little bit of a troubled start by right-hander Ike Buxton, who went 3 innings, allowed 3 earned runs, but bullpen has shut down the Gateman to the tune of, so far, 5+ innings and only 1 run. That'll play.
Montgomery back in. Tepper deals. Fastball. Whoa, almost got the guy on deck. Jack Hausinger on the right side. So Montgomery still fighting. He's about to step back in for yet another 1-2 pitch. Collects himself. Puts the bat on the plate. Winds it up, both hands on the lumber. Tepper shakes off Cozart once. Now he nods. 1-2. Fastball. Chopper. Over to second base. Eddie Saldivar, who just came into the game, trips. He couldn't get the throw off. Not sure if it's that gray dirt, but Saldivar couldn't make the throw over, trying to do it on the run. He came up smiling, though. But either way, it's an infield base hit for Montgomery. And now it's Jack Hausinger coming up to the plate.
Everybody getting a little bit of a laugh in at Saldivar's expense, and he was a good sport about it. He came up chuckling as well after losing a bout with the turf monster.
Or the gray dirt monster. Which one's scarier, turf monster or the gray dirt monster?
Gray dirt, because no one's ever seen it before.
First pitch from Tepper to Hausinger, misses high for ball 1.
You know, we first came in here and we couldn't believe that these guys were playing actual baseball in what looked like gravel. But we were told by the players that it is dirt. It's just not the same color as the mound.
Another fastball. That one misses too. Not sure where, but it's ball 2. Hausinger comes out of Xavier. He's had a really good night tonight. 3 for 3 and 4 at-bats. Tepper from the stretch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. You can feel that swing from here.
You could. Hard swing by Hausinger at the plate, who's had a good day, all things considered. Been a rough night for Wareham, but he's had 3 hits and walked. Commodores have yet to keep this guy off base.
2-1. Another fastball. Misses inside. It's 3-1.
And if the Doors come away with a win here, all signs pointing that they will. This will be, no doubt, their most impressive win of the year. Doors took down the Chatham Anglers, but they knocked out that starting pitcher with only 1 inning gone after a comebacker hit him.
3-1 pitch, misses high and outside, ball 4. So 2 runners on, no one gone. Falmouth leads 12-4 over Wareham in the bottom of the 9th.
But to that point against Chatham, the Doors scored early and often, but then went quiet the last 5 times up to bat. They were able to hold off the A's, but came away with a 1-run win. Instead, now they're about to take down a team led by Harvey Shapiro, who made the Cape Cod Championship Series last year with a good Bourne team and brought a lot of those good players over here with them. We expected Wareham to be a threat in the Western Division.
First pitch to Connor O'Brien, misses high. Falmouth looking to get back into the win column. Lost 4-3 last night on a wild pitch at Hyannis.
And to respond from that and beat a good Wareham team that's 3-1-1 right now.
1-0 is cut on and missed for strike 1. Count even at 1 to O'Brien, who has 1 hit tonight. It was a single that came in the 5th. Fielder's choice, a walk and a 4-3 ground out other than that.
To come away with a win tonight to complete that thought against a good Wareham team, awfully impressive stuff from the Commodores here at Spillane Field.
Count even at 1. No one gone in the bottom of the 9th. The pitch. Fastball. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Wind starting to howl a little bit more in the Wareham night. Couple of fans still hanging out here on the other side of the Bourne Bridge. 1-2 the count. Tepper deals. Fastball hit over to the right side. Foul and out of play. Maybe the wind got a little bit of a carry on that one. It bounced off one of those, what's it called, trailers over there, and just kept flying to the right. We'll do the 1-2 again. O'Brien at the plate still. Here's the pitch. Fastball way too high, ball 2.
I like what I've seen from Tepper in this inning, even though the first 2 batters have reached. He looks to have a little bit more life on the pitches than he did in the bottom of the 8th inning. A little bit more on the fastball. Gave up that infield hit to Montgomery on the Saldivar stumble and then lost Hausinger.
2-2. Fouled back. We'll do it again. I'll tell you what, Carter. Both of these teams are fighting until the very end on these at-bats. We've hardly seen guys go down looking.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that from Harwich the first couple of games of the season when they played the Commodores, and we thought that that team was more disciplined than most, but the Mariners went down hard tonight, and we're now seeing other teams catch up at the plate after slow starts.
2-2 misses high. Count is full.
Tepper's got to regroup here a little bit. I just sang his praises about what he's doing in this inning, but he's at risk of loading the bases here with nobody out, so time to focus up and come up with something quality out of that right arm.
He's working from the stretch. 2 on, no one gone. Payoff pitch. Fastball hit high over to the right side. Moving to his left is Pickney, moving in foul territory. He can't make the grab as the ball went out of play. Going into the ivy there that's going through the fence. So we'll do the 3-2 again.
And I think the wind certainly got a hold of that one off the bat. It looked like Pinkney was going to have a play over towards the foul line. Instead, it probably carried 10 to 15 feet more coasting to the right side, and Pinkney eventually collided with the fence and had no play at all. And it's been a swirling wind here tonight. It hasn't been just blowing one direction the whole time. It's played some tricks on Pinkney out there in right in particular, but overall was not a big a factor as we thought.
Payoff pitch. Grounder to the left side. Picked up. Throw to second. No, it's not there. Saldivar lost it and nicked off his glove. Picking it up in right field is Pickney. So it's an E4 that leads to a Wareham run. It's 12-5 Commodores. Runners at the corners with no one gone.
Unfortunately, Trey, it's going to be an E5, but only because Taylor threw it. From where we are, we know that wasn't his fault. The throw was certainly close enough for Saldivar to get the glove out there, but it's his second miscue this inning, and 2 pretty bizarre plays that you really don't see all that often. The throw was right there, and Saldivar just didn't get his glove far out enough for that throw.
So now it's Cole Elvis at the plate. First pitch to Elvis misses high and outside for ball 1. Still no one gone in this bottom half of the 9th inning. In what has been a dominant Commodore game. Swing and a miss from Elvis was the 1-0 offering. It's now 1-1.
Errors like that usually tend to boost the reputation of first baseman. If you botch a throw from third base or shortstop, the error usually goes to the guy who threw it unless it touches your glove in a way that convinces the scorer.
It's now 1-2 as Elvis fouled the 1-1 back.
So Taylor, if they're scoring that normally and using ordinary conventions, is going to get an error there, but we know for a fact that in a just world he wouldn't.
Runners on the corners, no one gone. 1-2. Fastball misses high. It's now 2-2.
Tepper's got to focus up here. Hasn't been a great start to this inning. He's already seen a run cross the plate. Really no fault of his own. He did walk a batter, but Hausinger still stands at third. He's got to make some good pitches here.
2-2 the count. The pitch. Fouled back. We'll do the 2-2 again. Some activity in the Commodore bullpen over in left field. Chase Jeter is warming up for the Commodores in case this one gets out of hand.
And you're hoping that you don't have to bring him in with a doubleheader tomorrow, but Tepper's going to have to show a little something here within a few hitters.
2-2. Fastball nubbed foul and out of play. This game's just never going to end. The rain's starting to come down too. After what was a quick game last night where the sun was setting by the walk-off wild pitch, we're actually well over 3 hours. We're at 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's what happens when the good guys put up 6 in the 6th and 5 in the 8th. 2-2. Another one fouled off. The fan in me wants to tell Elvis to just go down swinging so we can all go home, but I'm just going to stay professional and keep my mouth shut.
Elvis 1 for 4 today, but putting up his best battle of the night here against Tepper. Down 7 runs with 2 on and nobody down. Of course, the Gateman one big blast away from making this a little interesting all of a sudden.
2-2, hits to the right side. There they go again. Another one found out of play. It's getting to the point where if they just run out of baseballs, maybe they can call the game, right?
I don't think I've ever hoped for a broken bat more in my life, just to get Elvis out of the box. Get him to get another piece of lumber and maybe one with a little less foul power in it.
Oh, my goodness. 2-2. Breaking ball hits to the left side and left field, all the way to the track and to the wall. It bounces off the wall. McKenzie picks it up, throwing it in, and, well, that's the perk of fighting until the very end with a 2-2 count. An RBI double from Cole Elvis that almost gets out of here. And it's now 12-6 Gateman. Runners on second and third with no one gone in the bottom of the ninth.
Well, Eddie Saldivar was laughing before when he tripped over his own feet on the Torrin Montgomery ground ball. I'm not sure he's laughing anymore with this inning getting out of hand for Mikey Tepper, along with that throw he couldn't corral from Braden Taylor.
So Tepper's night is done, but you got to give it to him, though. You know, going a little bit farther than he normally does and getting a big-time hold and keeping it where it is and getting this dugout fired up. Just these Gateman bats, they don't stop. They're kind of like the Harwich Mariners. They just keep on going. They keep biting until the very end. And now it's going to bring in Chase Jeter trying to close out the bottom of the ninth. Falmouth is up 12-6 on Wareham. But this could get interesting with just one swing of the bat. There's runners on second and third. And Jeter coming in. You got to get 3 outs here, and the top of the order is coming up.
And still nobody out. And Jeter, left-handers coming in for Tepper now. Just pitched the Sacred Heart Pioneers. Put up 7.19 ERA in 13 games. But what we've been looking forward to seeing out of Jeter is if he could possibly replicate last summer's performance with the Falmouth Commodores. He pitched 8 games for the Doors last summer, 3.60 ERA in 20 innings, struck out 19, walked 5, finished up second on the team in innings pitched. He made the All-Star team last summer for the Doors, and we're now getting a chance to see him close things out here against the Wareham Gateman. But a little bit of sloppiness for the Doors in the bottom of this inning. We were talking about what a complete game this was, but 2 bad defensive plays in this inning. One by Saldivar on that infield hit, and the other, that throw from Taylor from third to second. So in a different world where things are scored differently, there could be 2 errors in this inning on Saldivar alone. Instead, an infield hit goes in the books, and then an E5 on Taylor. But Saldivar, who has come on as a defensive replacement, has been anything but.
So Jeter's ready to go after getting his warm-up pitches in. Runners on second and third with no one gone in the bottom of the ninth. Wareham has already put up 2 runs of its own in this bottom half. Chance to extend it here, though, with only with 3 outs still. We said it. All it takes is one swing, and the Gateman can get right back into this game. The wind is howling more than ever.
At the same time, Jeter cannot mess around here. He's got to be aggressive. Even if he gives up a first pitch home run, the Doors are still going to be up 3 runs, and the bases will be empty. He can just act like it's a clean start.
First pitch from Jeter to Michael Robertson is strike 1 at the knees. Robertson walked to start off the bottom of the 8th last time he was up. As Jeter works from the windup and deals, that one gets over the head of Cozart. It tips off his glove, and another run comes in the score. A wild pitch from Chase Jeter makes it 12-7. As you can hear in the background, Mario completed another level, but also that means Wareham scored another run.
Things kind of coming unspooled here for the Doors in the bottom of the 9th inning. By no means time to panic, but 3 spot in this inning by the Gateman just means it's time for Jeter to tighten things up here.
1-1. Down low, ball 2. Falmouth 12, Wareham 7.
A lot of people probably around the league looking at this score and wondering what's going on.
There's strike 2 on the inner half. The count even to Robertson, who's up for the 5th time tonight. He is 0 for 3 in 4 plate appearances, now 5. Let's find out how this one ends. 2-2. Fastball fouled off, bouncing off the middle school, off into the dugout, and snagged. Wow. What a grab. Who was that down there?
Looks like Joey Ryan.
That was Joey Ryan. Wow. The East Falmouth native making the snag with the right hand. That was smooth. With the sunflower seeds in his hand, too.
Cool customer.
How about that? Not bad, brother. The count is full. 1 on, no one gone.
And I think Robertson just swung at ball 4 on that ricochet.
And that was a balk. They called a balk. So it's now 12-8. It's a 4-run game. That's 4 runs put up by Wareham in the bottom of the 9th. The bases are cleared. So the count's still full. If there was no one on, then it would have been ball 4. But now the bases are entirely cleared. Jeter with the payoff. Now it's 3-2. Excuse me, it's 2-2. I'll tell you what. You know, I do my thing with the counts and stuff, but sometimes I do mess up. But whoever's running the scoreboard tonight, not having a good night. Payoff pitch, got him on strikes. There's an out. 2 more until we get out of the cold. 12-8 your score, 1 gone. Robertson goes down looking, and now we're at the top of the order. It's Blake Wright, the shortstop out of Clemson, who got himself a single last time up, which was just this past bottom half.
Big strikeout for Jeter after the first 4 guys reached and later came around to score in what's been a comedy of errors here in the bottom of the 9th. Still up by 4, but trying to get rid of that Gateman momentum.
Jeter's first pitch is a flare that goes foul to the right side. If I had $1 for every time a ball went over there in right field, foul, either out of play or over on that side of the field, I could get 2 10-piece McNuggets from McDonald's. I mean, I've already had one today.
That one would have landed a little better if I knew how much those actually cost. I never get them.
I think they're like I think it's $9.50 or something like that. I don't know. Not entirely sure. Well, with the combo it is. 0-1 now, 1-1 to right. We're just going to keep on going. We're almost up to 4 hours on game time. Here's the 1-1. Another ball hit to the right side, foul, just missing the light post. There's another $1 for me with my McDonald's.
I'd hedge my bets that most other teams in the Cape are already done.
Oh, they got to be.
Players have hit the showers, and interns probably looking at the scoreboard wondering if we had a power outage out here or something on why on earth we're still playing.
Breaking ball misses outside. It's 2-2. Players are probably like, hey, let's go to bed. Or like, hey, you want to hang out later? Here we are in Wareham, having some fun in the cold.
I think these players here are looking for maybe a hot bath and some soup after this one.
Yeah, 2-2 pitch. Nubbed foul. It's going to have to 3 10-piece chicken McNuggets.
Well, they keep hitting foul balls over there. You can buy a majority share in McDonald's how many times they've hit balls over there.
They should make that a sponsor. I'm hoping someone from Wareham's listening to this saying, like, hey, if you hit a foul ball to the right side out of play, you know, you can have a sponsor, McDonald's. There's got to be one around here, right? I mean, we're going there after the game. 2-2. Breaking ball. Hit to left field, base hit. A line drive over to McKenzie, who fields it cleanly, chucks it into the infield, and it's a single for Blake Wright. That's his 3rd base hit tonight. And it now brings up Hogan Windish. We sound like a broken record, and we knew we were excited for this game. This one was circled on our calendars, knowing we've seen Windish in the Coastal Plain League during our summer last year. Windish can change things up right here with one swing of the bat, partner.
Unfortunately, the bases aren't loaded. Jeter's got to tighten things up here and just attack. And at this point, you've got to start getting outs. You've got to start throwing strikes and forcing them to beat you.
Lefty on righty matchup. First pitch to Windish. It's the outer half. Strike one.
It doesn't seem like it, but there's only been one walk in this inning. That was to Hausinger, the second batter of the frame. Infield hit, walk, E5, double. Strikeout looking. Wild pitch and a balk mixed in there as well.
0-1. Fastball belted to left field. This one at the track, at the wall. It bounces off the wall. Coming around to score is right without a throw. It's an RBI double for Hogan Windish. Don't go anywhere just yet. This game is far from over. It's 12-9 Commodores with one gone. Windish over at second, firing up the Wareham bullpen over in right field.
Well, as we got to the closing stages of this game, we were talking about a win with some caveats and some qualifiers. I think I said multiple times that with how quickly the Commodores scored their runs, this one wasn't over until that final out was in the glove, and I guess the Gatemen must have been listening. They've come out breathing fire in this bottom of the ninth.
First pitch to Max Anderson is hit foul on the left side.
If Anderson gets aboard and Windish moves on to third, for example, the tying run would come to the plate, as unthinkable as that sounds.
5 runs put up by the Gatemen in the bottom of the ninth. The 0-1. Breaking ball misses outside, count even at 1.
And you can see the body language of this Commodore infield and in the dugout. It's turned stern, it's turned serious. And that base hit by Wright that went over the head of Taylor at third. You saw his shoulders kind of slump as it went by him.
It's now 2-1 as Jeter misses it high and outside. Man, oh man, we thought we were going to go home with, you know, with this bunch of excitement, up by 8 runs before this inning started, but now it's 2-2. And the Gateman dugout can't believe it on the first base side. Rick Emerson is getting an earful to his right. Wow.
I can't say I blame them. That hasn't been a strike the whole game for any pitcher that was in here before Jeter.
2-2 from Jeter. Breaking ball hit out to right field. Pickney going back now, trailing to his left side. He makes the grab at the warning track. Moving over to third is Windish, and the Commodores are now 1 out away from grabbing their second win of the season.
Holy cow, that one almost flew out of here.
I thought that was getting out of there. I legit thought that was going out. It just kept tailing. You saw Pickney, he moved to his right, then had to move to his left because the wind was just pushing it.
Pickney didn't look too sure of himself either. He went to his right and then had to go back to his left, the whole time backpedaling to the fence. Commodores in a better situation now than they were with possibly 2 on.
First pitch to Callum Clark, misses inside for ball 1. This is technically a save opportunity.
It is now, and I know that Jeff Trunny doesn't want to have to use another pitcher in this inning, but if Jeter can't get himself out of this mess, his hand may be forced.
1-1 now as the 1-0 went to the knees of Clark, so the count is even. 12-9 your score. Doors over to Gateman. 2 gone in the bottom of the ninth here at Spillane Field.
And unfortunately, the ending of this one's going to leave a little bit of a taste in your mouth no matter what.
1-1. Right down the pipe. Strike 2. Jeter's 1 pitch away from getting the save.
You know, you see some crazy stuff in summer ball, and the game's never over till it's over. And if you hadn't learned that lesson by now, you have tonight.
Jeter working from the windup. Lefty on lefty matchup. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball. Got him. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Doors win. Falmouth has its second win on the season, taking down Wareham 12-9. Finally, it's over.
Well, you said it. It is over now after that tenuous bottom of the ninth inning. 5 runs on 4 hits. A couple defensive miscues in that lower frame for the Commodores, but they survive with a 12-9 win. And now how important does that top of the 8th look with 5 runs for the Doors?
Yeah.
For manager Harvey Shapiro on that Wareham side, if he had brought in a different hurler than Ryan Hagan now, it might be the Gateman slapping high fives on the field right now with a win. But instead, it's 12-9. The Commodores take it, and it's a quick turnaround for tomorrow, that doubleheader against Orleans out at the Gov.
You said it best. The Commodores are back in action tomorrow with not 1, but 2 games. The first Sunday doubleheader of the season for the Doors takes place at Gov Fuller Field tomorrow, starting at 3 o'clock against the Orleans Firebirds. Our coverage will begin with opening the door, and our coverage will close tonight here at Spillane Field. But be sure to tune in to Closing the Door on our YouTube page coming up in just a few moments. But that's going to do it from Spillane Field in Wareham. Thank you so much for sticking with us for almost 4 hours. Game time, 3 hours and 57 minutes here on the other side of the bridge. If you hung out with us the entire time, oh man, you may be my best friend. I may have to buy you some lunch. For Carter Bainbridge and Logan Safarenko, I'm Trey Redfield saying so long from Spillane Field. The final score, Commodores 12, Gateman 9. This has been a presentation of the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network.